Minister Bartoš, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, let me heartily welcome you here. Let me welcome you to Prague, to Czechia. Let me open 21st European Tourism Forum, which is a part of Czech presidency of the Council of the European Union. My name is Jakub Železný. I work as a senior presenter for Czech TV. My role is just to guard the time and to give the floor to the speakers. So let me welcome you here, and just very briefly, the acting language is English, but if you want, there are two other languages in your earphones. You can borrow them at the entrance, but then bring them back, please. And the other languages are French and Czech. So once again, good morning, and let me ask Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Regional Development, Mr. Ivan Bartoš, to open this session. Mr. Bartoš, the floor is yours. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Dear representatives of the UN WTO, dear representatives of European Parliament and the European Commission, Directors Generals, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me and honor to welcome you on behalf of Czech Presidency to the 21st European Tourist Forum in Prague. And I'm very happy we can meet here in person and in such a huge number after 2 years of meeting mainly in the online world. We are all aware of the fact that tourism is going through a very challenging period. First, it was hit by unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic, from which it is already recovering, as we can see from the figures. Therefore, the leitmotif of the conference, especially of some blocks, is the lesson learned from pandemic, which affect tourism very hardly. Secondly, Europe was hit by severe consequences of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. This caused several crises and threatens the security of whole Europe, including travel and the tourism ecosystem, of course. These external circumstances once again reaffirm the need for cooperation at European level. We must also open for further partnership so that Europeans can tackle global challenges together. We must take full advantage of every opportunity to develop tourism in a safe, responsible, sustainable and resilient way for all stakeholders that are being involved. For these reasons, I'm glad that we have an opportunity to come together today and once again send a signal to the world that we stand together in the difficult moments that constantly surround us, creating a common path for following development of tourism in our European destinations. During this conference, we want to provide a platform for exchanging views and discussing selected upcoming tourism initiatives at the European level. The Czech presidency priorities in tourism are focusing on issues such as resilience, sustainability and digitalization of the field, especially with regard to coronavirus pandemic and response of tourism to current challenges like, for example, as I said, security threats. In this context, I'm proud of the fact that the Council's conclusion on the European Agenda for Tourism 2030 were finalized during the meetings of the Working Party on Competitiveness and Growth. This document represents a comprehensive set of strategic goals in the area and also sends signal to the tourism ecosystem. As a matter of priority, we aim to finalize negotiations and adopt this important document during the meeting of Competitiveness Council on December the 1st. To reinforce the importance of this common strategy for the tourism sector, today's conference includes an afternoon block dedicated to the transition pathway for tourism, the cornerstone of the EU agenda. We will hear there and share examples of good practices among all stakeholders. I am therefore pleased that we will have the opportunity to demonstrate this great synergy between officials and experts from the sector. During today's conference, we will also have an opportunity to discuss new developments in the field of tourism legislation, and we very much welcome the Commission's initiative to address the issue of short-term rentals. This is an excellent opportunity to for European legislators to help bring urgently needed transparency to this type of business, respectively to relations between national bodies, platforms, and providers of accommodation offered on them platforms. Helping cities and their inhabitants to ensure sustainable living conditions, even in places with high concentration of tourists. This is, from Prague point of view, for example, absolutely essential. The main objective of the proposal is to facilitate the development of a responsible, fair and transparent single market for servicing in the sharing economy. The proposed legislative measures should address public administration access data on short-term rental services and clarify what obligations public authorities, including municipalities, can impose on accommodation providers. There is a wide range of other topics to be discussed during the course of the day, and I very much look forward for contributions of our distinguished guests. One of these topics during the morning session is a Package Travel Directive from the viewpoint of lessons learned from pandemic, where I look forward to the subsequent discussions. This conference is a part of a series of events dedicated to tourism, including meeting of the European Travel Commission and meeting of Directors General for Tourism, which will take place tomorrow. I believe that this creates an excellent opportunity for informal discussion and also networking between different stakeholders. Finally, allow me to stress out once again that one of the key aspects of tourism development is cooperation on both domestic and international level, and even more so now when the huge task of helping tourism recover from the pandemic COVID-19 is upon us. Therefore, I'm very happy that we have here the representatives of EU member states as well as of some other European countries. And I also very much appreciate the presence of the representatives of the United Nations World Tourism Organization and both European Commission and European Parliament, who will follow me with their addresses. And I wish you many inspiring impressions from the conference. And as it was mentioned, we are tackling many crises right now, slightly recovering from pandemic COVID-19, and it's a time for us to take the legislation and the strategies to the ground and make it real. And I'll be very happy if this 2 days conference would help that do so. Thank you very much, and I wish you a nice day.
Thank you very much, Minister Bartoš. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you to focus your eyes on the screens, because we will have here two pre-recorded video messages. The first is from Commissioner of the European Commission, Mr. Thierry Breton.
Prime Minister Bartos, dear ministers, honorable members of the European Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I'm absolutely delighted to address the European Tourism Forum organized by the Czech Presidency. And I would like to express my appreciation to Vice Prime Minister Bartos, not only for organizing today's forum, but also for the active engagement of the Czech Presidency on the European tourism policy. This forum is an important occasion to take the pulse of the tourism ecosystem. And indeed, these are times of immense challenges. For nearly 3 years now, the tourism ecosystem has faced the strongest headwinds ever. The pandemic, of course, but also the current geopolitical instability, the tangible effect of climate change, and, of course, the impact of inflation and high energy prices. I am encouraged by this year's summer season. Take the accommodation occupancy rate, an important indicator. On average, it was only 10% below the 2019 levels. Still, the results vary across sectors and across destinations. This shows that the road to recovery and resilience remains long. You are well aware of the European Commission's efforts to make the tourism ecosystem more resilient, more digital, and more sustainable. We choose tourism as the first industrial ecosystem for which a transition pathway was co-created. The pathway was published earlier this year. Its implementation is well underway, with over 140 committed stakeholders across Europe and 260 pledges, and more to come. We'll present a first evaluation in the spring on European Tourism Day. The transition pathway has also served as input to the European tourism agenda, which is under discussion in the Council. And I'm happy to see the enormous progress by the Czech presidency on this very important forward-looking agenda. One key action for the Commission has been our proposal on the data collection and data sharing for short-term accommodation rentals presented last week. Last year, tourists spent more than 360 million nights in short-term accommodation around the EU. There are two sides of this story. On one hand, short-term rentals create benefits for both hosts and, of course, tourists, and generate an increasing value for the tourism ecosystem. But on the other hand, they can exacerbate over-tourism and shortages of affordable housing. Our proposal applies to both scenarios. It will provide public authorities across the EU with quality data on short-term rentals, helping them to develop and enforce effective and proportionate rules. Platforms will need to take responsibility. Our proposal serves as a so-called plug-in to the Digital Services Act. It requires them to share activity data on a regular basis and to remove illegal listings, supporting local authorities in the enforcement of their rules. The proposal will also feed into the creation of a European data space for tourism, allowing us to tap into the great potential of the data economy. Finally, I'd like to address a major and acute challenge for the tourism ecosystem: labor shortage. This requires action on all sides, by industry, public authorities, and the Commission. Most importantly, tourism and hospitality must be an attractive place to work. Opportunities for upskilling are very important, in particular in light of the digital transition of tourism. And our Pact for Skills, along with national and regional partnerships, will definitely help create new opportunities across the industry. As the European Commission is turning 2023 into the European Years of Skills, an important opportunity for further efforts to attract and retain skilled workers in the tourism ecosystem from across the EU and beyond. With this, I would like to thank once again the Czech presidency for giving momentum to our collective endeavor, and each and every one of you for your dedication to European tourism. I wish you all a very successful and inspiring forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Breton. And next to speak via video is Zurab Polikashvili, UNWTO Secretary General. Please.
Dear Deputy Prime Minister Johan Bartos, dear Commissioner Monsieur Thierry Breton, distinguished colleagues, it's an honor to address you today, and I apologize I am not able to join you in person. This summit comes as tourism restarts across Europe, and we are now back to around 70–50% of 2019 levels. However, we face new challenges: economic, environmental, and geopolitical. I commend the Czech presidency of the Council of the European Union for its support for post-pandemic recovery. The transition pathway for tourism is an important step forwards. Our organization is proud to be a part of it, and we will support the European Commission as a key stakeholder in the development of the European agenda for tourism 2030–2050. Dear colleagues, we recognize the need to support tourists in emergency situations. At the European level, this is reflected through the Directive on Package Travel and Linked Travel Arrangements. At the global level, we created the International Code for the Protection for Tourists. 5 non-members from Europe were part of its creation. I now invite all governments to adhere on this landmark document. Together, we can restore consumers' confidence. We also recognize the power of youth. For young people, travel is a way to meet other people and explore other cultures. UNWTO is proud to have held our first Global Youth Tourist Summit earlier this year, coinciding with the European Year of Youth. We brought together 150 young people from 57 different countries. They adopted the Sorrento call to action. This is a vision for young people to be active players in tourism restarts and growth. And we will continue into 2023, the European Year of Skills. We need qualified and motivated tourist professionals. For this reason, we are supporting European talent through the UNWTO Online Academy and our work with Europeans' leading tourism and hospitality schools like Lyon, École Ducasse and Les Roches. Human capital is also one of the 5 pillars of the guidelines we launched in Bali with the G20 Tourism Working Group. Along with the human capital, we urge governments to focus on innovation, women and youth empowerment, climate action and conservation, and governance and investments. We are grateful for the cooperation with the European institutions, and we take pride in our close relations with our European member states, as well as non-members. I wish you all inspiring discussions. Thank you very much.
And now I'm delighted to tell you that the next speakers are here in person. The next speaker is UNWTO Regional Director for Europe, Ms. Alessandra Priante. Welcome to Prague. The floor. Do you want to be here? Absolutely. Good morning. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we like the stage, don't we? Thank you very much. Vice Prime Minister Ivan Bartosz, I'm delighted and honored to be next to you today. We've admired you all the way through. You're an outstanding figure and you are everything that tourism needs in this moment, not only in the Czech Republic, but I would say as an example throughout the world. Honorable István Ülheli, it's a pleasure and an honor to see you again. Also, UNWTO Ambassador in Brussels, thank you very much for your support. Colleagues, friends, many of you were my colleagues until just a few years ago, and I would be sitting right on your side, and now I'm extremely honored to be on this side and to be able to address you with what we think is very important, which is food for thought, for discussion. At the UNWTO, which I don't need to remind you who we are, we provide leadership but mainly support to the tourism sector, and mainly in advancing knowledge and tourism policies worldwide. And obviously, tourism policies require good intelligence, good data, good knowledge. And we are definitely the global source for that, also thanks through your help, because all these data are your data that you very kindly convey to us every single year. So let's talk about that. Let's see some colors on the screen. It's no mystery. We all know in our own respective countries that things have gone quite well, thankfully, in 2022. This does not mean, though, as I always throw this back to a challenge, that things are actually fine. We are now, by the way, these are the data updated up to July 22. We have the data of September, but we will be releasing, I've insisted to have a prime release here, Vice Prime Minister, but I wasn't allowed. We're going to wait for the Executive Council of Morocco, unfortunately. But I can just anticipate that things are looking actually quite better, because when you include the months of August and September, things, also thanks to the beautiful weather in most parts of Europe, things actually are recovering very fast. And obviously, the benchmark we have is the data of 2019, because that's when everything stopped. So we went from 100 to 0, and then we restarted again. So yes, Things are looking quite well. If we look regionally, and please bear in mind that the region of Europe before the United Nations, it's what we technically call Eurasia, so it's way beyond the EU27, and unfortunately, in our case, excludes some key European countries, which I see present here that I'm sure will approach me at the end of it to ask me how you become a member of the UNWTO. Very easy, you just send a letter and say you want to be one. But as you can see, we've recovered Europe and the Middle East in the quickest way possible. And we went from the -80 to a minus, I can tell you now that we're almost close to record levels of 2019. Here, you can see it in a more clear way, showing you that Asia and Pacific is a market which is completely cut out. So globally, we're still going to discount the fact that Asia is still almost completely shut. And I remember at the end of 2019, I don't know who of you can agree with me, the major trend, if you remember, Vice Prime Minister, everyone was thinking about how do we attract 1 million Chinese tourists? Well, we don't. At the moment, they're not able to travel, and we're waiting for them to be able to travel again. But we just hope at the UNWTO, we try to encourage all of you to make the best of use of these 2 years actual stop, to understand where the mistakes were, where the challenges are, and what the good things you've done. And we can tell you from now, we've issued during the pandemic an incredible series of reports and data, even more than usual, because we wanted to give you an idea of what can be done better once the borders are open. One of the key findings was that when destinations were completely sustainable and were making the right choices, the moment that the borders were open, everything was able to restart in a more organic way, as we say. These are two very interesting findings. Allow me to get your attention focused on destinations, the best performing destinations. The one you see in Europe, the best performing destination is Albania. Albania was incredibly successful. Also, if you remember the end of 2019, Albania was actually even beginning of 2020, even with the earthquake, Albania was on the go with a new strategy, a new vision, and a lot of investment in tourism. Obviously, the fact that the prices were lower than the rest of Europe did help a lot, which did help especially in 2022 when borders were reopened. Obviously, the Caribbeans are in top because the Caribbeans basically live out of tourism, and they were the ones saying, eliminating all the COVID-19 restrictions and the masks and everything else. If we look at earnings, this is very, very interesting. Serbia was, and earnings is the money, obviously. Serbia was the top performing until July 2022. You can imagine that with the disruption of the war, the dynamics, the geopolitical dynamics have also changed in a very relevant way. Because some destinations, AKA Turkey, for example, had an incredible summer because the Russian tourists, which used to flood Europe and traditional continental Europe, were actually going to destinations where they were welcome. They were not stopping their vacations. They were just choosing a different destination. That did help a lot with the possibility of keeping Turkey's leading earnings from tourism still up there. Forecasts. This is the way we see it in the best looking performance. Once again, we're talking globally, where we have to discount the fact that Asia is still closed and many other destinations like Africa still did not recoup completely. Now, I want to focus your attention on what Commissioner Breton and my Secretary General, Zora Parlikashvili, have announced. At the moment in Europe, we have a double challenge. The widespread workforce shortage is the most challenging one. Tourism is the most human of all economic sector. It's the sector of people to people. If we don't have people, we don't have tourism. And the people have gone, we were speaking about it also last night, for various reasons. What pandemic brought is a major shift in the way we look at work. The work-life balance expectations of each one of us completely changed. Many of us did not even completely return to full office, sort of, 5 days a week office, weekend mode. Some of us are actually demanding, because our companies or our institutions are giving us flexibility, to have maybe 3 days a week where we have to go to the office. Because we rediscovered that our well-being depends a lot also on the way we feel and we are, the way we sleep, the way we are with our family. Nevertheless, tourism needs people. Tourism needs skilled people. So we all need to do something together. This is a major urgency. There was, during the last 2 years, a mortality rate of MSMEs. I would like to remind you that MSMEs are the core tissue of the European tourism industry. You remember we were talking about pushing startups, young people, pushing entrepreneurship, smaller enterprises, which were the lifeline. And now the mortality rate, especially in Europe, was revolving, especially during the last year, around 68%. When you're a young chap who has a startup and then just found a little bit of seed investment and you started your own small company offering tourism services and then pandemic comes and you have to shut down, trust me, you're not going to go back to reopening that MSME again. And this is a loss for us. So we need to create the best environment possible. We need to not only focus on a better pay, but also on a better respect of what the new demands are. The tourism sector has a lot of very strong requirements. For example, seasonal workers. A seasonal worker is someone who's able to do a lot of sacrifice. Well, if you have an industry which can disappear with the snap of a finger overnight because all the planes are grounded and all the borders are closed, it's going to be very hard to convince the young man or woman that this is really something that is going to guarantee a future. So we really have to be focused on that. For us, is the priority number one. This is why what my Secretary General was mentioning, we're doing a roundup around it. So we are working and investing in supporting the innovation ecosystem, but we're also working hard in education, upscaling, rescaling, and we're also talking to children. We're also talking to the under 18, because the under 18 are the ones that are going to travel in a few years. And we have to stop ignoring them because they have very clear demands. They know what they want. So we have to reinvent our policies because this new demand is going to want sustainable choices. They're going to want destinations to clearly say how they manage their waste, how they recycle, how they save energy, how they are concerned about the impact to the planet, how they're involving local communities in the development of tourism. So we need to take this into consideration and therefore also work on our supply to address all the issues that are here. This year, seasonality was addressed by climate, but the same climate that we're supposed to, in a way, govern, that is a big concern, and that's why we have our initiatives for the climate action in tourism, to which I would like to briefly put you forward. These are all the initiatives that we have done throughout these years, and definitely the ones that kept tourism alive, together with all of our incredible member states. And we still believe that these are the core pillars of recovery. One, to mention, tourism for rural development. It was domestic tourism that kept tourism alive in 2020 and 2021. It was us being forced to stay at home and rediscovering our own nation. And that is what has proven to be the leverage for a true, inclusive, accessible, and sustainable recovery. We are heavily investing on that. What was supposed to be a year of rural tourism became a core pillar of our policy. So tourism for rural development. Climate action, very quickly. We are part of the One Planet vision for responsible recovery of the tourism sector, together with the key UN agencies and programs. And we have launched last year at COP, the Glasgow Declaration on Climate Action and Tourism. At the moment, we have over 650 signatories across all sectors. Signatory are people that commit to deliver a concrete climate action plan or updated plan within 12 months of signing. The objectives are very ambitious: to cut by half global emissions, global tourism emission by 2030, and to be net zero by 2050. 30-50, two numbers that recur a lot in our policies because we need to have a common objective. And we cannot absolutely back up on that because tourism has an impact and we all know that. Together with this, we have our Global Tourism Plastics Initiative. I'm going to run quickly through this. Of course, the presentation is available, unwto.org. completely free of charge for everyone, for you to open and see our data, our dashboards, and all of these important initiatives. I can say that together with this, by the end of the year, we'll also launch a global food waste reduction initiative. Food waste is also a key element. Let's focus on that. The tourism sector produces a lot of food waste, and we need to tackle it. We're doing that together with our sister agency, FAO. Best tourism villages. One of our star projects, we are recognizing villages who fit into certain criteria. Of course, sustainability, of course, innovation, connectivity, and all of this are key elements. 17 European villages were selected in the 2021 edition. Switzerland won 3 out of 3. Very unfair competition for everyone, but we all loved it. But all of you have submitted. We are waiting now in November. Just allow us next week to know who the winners are for this year's edition, and thank you for everyone that participated. Of course, what do you win? Nothing. You, in terms of price, but you win recognition. Recognition is very important. Global recognition is very important. This is what tourism is all about, and you will be part of a larger network of villages that intend to advance tourism at all levels. When everyone talks about sustainability, Minister, you're the man of numbers. No one better than you can agree that if you don't have a numerical, quantitative objective, you cannot really measure if your policy was effective. So this is why we have, since 2 years, for the first time, recognized by the United Nations General Assembly the Measuring Sustainable Tourism Standards. We're working with pilot countries who commit to measure sustainable tourism and to prove that objectives are actually met. And, you know, this is important because this allows you to understand if your policy and if your, let's say, line of action is actually the correct one. And this was reinforced by the G20 Bali guidelines for strengthening communities and MSMEs as tourism transformation agents. We are also supporting with the Digital Future Program, small and medium-sized enterprises to provide digital training on connectivity, business growth, e-commerce, and we are scaling up to 1 million beneficiaries with our key partners. And as Secretary General mentioned, we're talking to youth. We're not afraid to talk to them, and we strongly encourage all of you to do exactly the same. The results will be astonishing for all of you. The International Code for the Protection of Tourists, Robert Matiak knows very well what the work was. He was one of our observers. We had an incredible participation for over 100 countries because what pandemic taught us is we need to have the right legal instruments. This is a soft law instrument and a point of reference for all of you, for your new tourism law, for everything you might need. We're at your disposal to supporting. And of course, we're all looking ahead for the 2023 year of skills. Skills is skilling, reskilling, but as I said before, it's our major challenge. So we can only do it together, because together we can make a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Briante. And I'm delighted to tell you that we have a representative of European Parliament here. It's Mr. István Ujhely, Vice Chair of TRAN Committee. Welcome to Prague, and the floor is yours. Good morning.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister Bartos, my dear new friend, Ivan. Thank you so much to host us, Professor Director Briante, dear Alessandra. We are working together in the UNWTO. I'm Special Ambassador responsible for the EU affairs in the UNWTO. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I arrived from Italy by one Irish flight company with Ryanair. I arrived to Prague and immediately got one very good Czech beer. After that, I drank with my colleagues who are here from Hungary one wonderful whiskey. Okay, after the Brexit, it was from Scotland, but more or less Europe. And today, in the Corinthia, which is a Maltese company originally, I got Hungarian sausage at the breakfast. Come on, this is Europe. We are tourists, of course. In this room, we are decision makers. We are talking about the tourism. But when we travel, we are tourists. And that's why I would like to tell you, this is my main message. It's not enough to speak about the tourism. It's not enough to tell to each other, the tourism is a member state competency. We don't have to do anything on European level, because it's not only a global sector. The last years we had to learn that it's a European issue. All the times. When we have big successes and also when the tourism is in trouble. In every presidency half year, it is one of the most important moments when we could come together, the representatives of tourism policy in the EU institutions. And I really have to tell you, I'm sorry about it, the Vice Prime Minister of Czech Republic on behalf of the presidency is here. There are very, very important, good professionals and stakeholders are here. But I have to tell you, I expected more colleagues from the political leadership, from the European Union, also from European level, and also from national level. Where and how and when we can make decisions together to create a lobby for our beloved sector, then in the European Tourism Forum, organized by the Czech Republic. So something is wrong, I think, on political level in the European Union when we are talking about the tourism. It may seem from the latest figures that tourism has already survived, and step by step it gets back to pre-COVID level. We got all the data. Yes, it's true. But do you know what does it mean? What will be the decision because of it? There is a short vision thinking that tourism doesn't need constant attention from the EU political level anymore, because it is working. This is not true at all. Of course, today we put into the focus the short-time rental legislation and the state of play, the Package Travel Directive, which are crucial legislations. But please do not forget the governance aspect and overall the sustainability of tourism. ESG, sustainability, environment, social and governance. And the post-COVID recovery, the geopolitical tensions, rise of energy costs, labor shortages, these are among the most difficult challenges for Europe today in tourism on political level. So we need the lobby. It isn't easy in the European Parliament, and it's very difficult with the European Commission. And sometimes I don't know where is the Council when we would like to push the tourism. That's why, again, I'm very happy about that. From the Czech presidency, we have one very strong political person who was in Brussels several times, who met with the Transportation and Tourism Committee, Mr. Breton, who is the commissioner responsible for tourism the last 3 years, didn't want to meet with the Tran Committee in the European Parliament. So how to tackle these challenges? For the majority of the risks could not be prepared in advance, and there are not existing horizontal and general solutions. What kind of solutions and support from European level could come directly to the European SMEs? Do we need it? Do you need it in Czech Republic? Do we in Hungary? Do you need it in Spain? Yes, of course. Our companies, SMEs, and of course the big companies need more direct funds. How effective were the EU programs like state aid mechanism, the SURE program? What is the situation with EU Invest program? How to adapt to changes, stay forward and in line with sustainability, and where and how innovative solutions could help tourism ecosystem in crisis situation. But first of all, we have to start with my main basic approach. The tourism is the industry of peace. Ivan mentioned also this one. Progress and growing tourism can be realized only in peace. I would like to tell you, some years ago in 2018, we had the biggest program with the mass tourism. Do you remember in that time? We started to talk about the mass tourism. And at the end of the 2018, we estimate exponential growth, and we thought that our sector was stable and not vulnerable. And first, the Thomas Cook crisis, later the COVID, the war, and the economic and social crisis that have caused constant crisis in the sector. If we see the arrivals, only in international travel, there was a backslash with 50 years, 50 years. So it has become a multiple crisis in all parts of the tourism ecosystem, not only one sector. However, the tourism pathway document is under implementation. There is a wider discussion among the stakeholders and the European institutions. We have an excellent and daily cooperation with the Tourism Directorate of the Commission, especially Ms. Superti and Ms. Predini, who is here with us. Thank you so much. And of course, we have a very, very strong relation with all the stakeholders. I would like to mention to you, this is the moment of advertisement, two common project with the Commission, between the European Parliament and the Commission. One is the European Capital of Smart Tourism project. Last week we had the jury. In this new year, next year, we will have two new cities, Seville and Paphos, will become the smart tourism capitals, and Kranj from Slovenia won the best destination award in ADEM program. And the other one is the Discover EU program for the 18 years old teenagers, free internet tickets. I really would like to ask you, the tourism stakeholders and professionals from the different countries, to make some kind of collaboration between the Discover EU program, which is an Erasmus program, and between the tourism industry. I'm the founder of this program and mentor, so if somebody would like to have more information about it, please ask me. So, dear colleagues, let me mention three elements where the European Parliament has an active role in the coming months. The implementation of the European Green Deal. When we are talking about the European Green Deal, then we know that in our sector, it's more than sustainability, it's more than environment question. For us, it's a very important social question because we have to give work, job for 24 million workers in the tourism industry. So it's not only about the environment, it's also about the social aspect, and it's also about the governance, as I mentioned. The second one, after the first COVID wave, millions of workers lost their jobs, and they didn't want to come back. So as Director Briante told us, training, education are necessity. For example, maybe we have time, enough time, the next 2 months under the Czech presidency. It would be interesting to make a decision to have stronger tourism and education profiles in the Erasmus programs. It's a European program, and I think for us, for the tourism industry, it would be very interesting to put in the Erasmus program the tourism. And the third one, millions of euros were spent on tourism-related support program on national level and also in European level, but there is no measure, and this is the real problem, that how many SMEs got support from these financial tools. So we need more European solutions where the local SMEs get the support that they really need. Let me summarize what we should achieve. We need a separate budget line in the future in the EU budget to support the tourism. The second is a long-term strategy with a crisis management mechanism because it wasn't the last crisis but we survived the last years. And the third one, the stronger governance on European and global level, for example, to create the European Tourism Union project. Dear colleagues, I wish you an excellent discussion for today, and I promise you the next years from the European Parliament, we will push the Commission, we will push the Council, and together with the UNWTO, we try to find the best way for our future tourism policies. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Uheli. May I have one personal question, please, Mr. Uheli? May I have one question? I just want to know, what was the reason for Mr. Breton not to meet another politician? You know, I'm a journalist, so that's why I'm asking. What was the reason for Mr. Breton not to meet another politician, as you've mentioned? Do you know the reason?
Yeah, of course I know.
I'm sorry for this question, but I'm a journalist, so that's why it was interesting.
This is the most important question. And sometimes we have the same situation in our national governments. I was in the Hungarian government. In that time, I tried to fight for the tourism. But normally, and most of the national governments, we don't have independent tourism ministers. Because the decision is it's not so important. That's why sometimes the ministers has 8, 9 kinds of issues, very, very wide portfolios, and the tourism is the last one what they would like to serve. And it happened in the European Commission with us. Mr. Breton has the biggest portfolio, the biggest, and it means he doesn't have time to serve the tourism. That's why I would like to tell you we need an independent tourism commissioner in the next term.
So the reason was the time. He was too occupied. Yes, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Uheli. And Minister Bartosz wants to add.
If I may react, yes. Because it's one thing that's probably common to all national politicians, not the things that you said, but I mentioned it yesterday during our dinner. First, we can take a look to the tourism as a part of the industry, right? From my point of view, as minister being responsible for regional development, is also the way how to develop the regions, employ the people, make them more attractive, bring money. But when you get it to the national level, everybody likes the money, growing gross national product, right? Consequent employment of the people of, let's say, medium salaries at least, if it's good season. But when it takes to the policies and presenting in there, it's easy to say, okay, we are sending our tourists to Croatia, right? We had a dedicated COVID-free flights that are targeting Albania. But, you know, in the very ground, people don't like tourists that much if they are not employed within the business that's related to tourism. You know, you've got a countryside cottage. You live outside of the city to actually be distant from the people, from the rush of the city. But then the tourists are coming, parking the car on your parking lot, right? Occupying mountains, you know, making a lot of mess. So in very matter, incoming tourism is not the political thing that you can actually gain much support, because it brings, even though it brings money to the city, it also brings a lot of problems of how you empty the garbage bins, right? Where people can park, how many people are in the center. So you have to be brave to take it as a personal topic also on the national level and somehow present it as a topic of mass importance. And it's even hard, which is strange, in the countries, and I talk to my colleagues that are on the seaside, which basically the gross product is of a bigger portion made out of the money of the people coming to the seaside areas for vacation. So it's not an easy topic to play on the national level as well, even though we understand its importance. And that's why I think the European cooperation is important, because the real game is played above, right, with the people who understands. And since inside European Union tourism and of course outside and involving other European countries, it's something that, you know, we can do without the, let's say, compromising local politics, you know, to dealing with the topics. So I hope this today conference would help that change, and the European level is quite sufficient in many cases to actually set up the ecosystem working and cooperating.
But Ivan, if it's not so popular to work for the tourism in the political structures on national level, but on European level we don't have tourism, strong tourism policy. It means nobody will make the lobby in the political decision structures for the tourism. So this is my problem. We talk about the same things.
Thank you, gentlemen. If you don't mind, Mrs. Priante, would you enrich us also with your point of view, please?
Thank you very much for giving me the chance, as also the only woman in the panel. But
the strongest one we know here.
I have a very clear policy of no woman, no panel, but I had to make an exception for you, Vice Minister, so because there's nothing we cannot really change István Huleli's, you know, position in that sense. So, anyways, thank you for asking me. Yes, I would like to add one very important point. First of all, I would like to praise the Czech presidency for having made a very bold choice, because this is not a meeting of the ministers, but it's a meeting of the director generals. This is very important, because at the end of the day, it's the director generals who really enable whomever the minister is. Apologies, Ivan, that's not your case, but there's many countries here present who've been experiencing a change every 6 months, every 3 months, waiting for the new minister to come and stuff like that. It's very important that the administration holds tight to knowledge, to competence, and also to opinions. So let's first, you know, start understanding that if the let's say middle to top level of administration is not empowered, there's no real help from the member states. Second element, which is very important, when we talk governance and when we talk tourism, there's a big issue here. Tourism has the largest value chain. So if you are trying to say what is tourism, it's not the Coke production sort of supply chain market approach. Tourism, it's everything. Because it is everything and it's horizontal and it's very inclusive, it's very difficult. I mean, I am very proud to be sitting next to a vice prime minister. I mean, which means that he's holding a very big post and also talking about tourism, but he's also saying, I have a hard time battling and making my colleagues understand of the importance of something which holds the lifeline of many. So we find ourselves in the same exact position. When the pandemic started, UNWTO was talking to Thierry Breton. Thierry Breton, 1st of April, said tourism is the most important sector of all, thanks to what Macron said, because it was like in our face crisis. But then slowly, we all got back to being tourists and thinking that tourism happens alone. Guess what? Tourism doesn't happen alone. Without all of you, without us, but mainly without the private sector, from the smallest to the biggest, and without the people, as Ivan was mentioning, without the people actually allowing this to happen, there's no tourism. So it is large, but that is not an excuse for us not to look at it. And allow me to say that if we want excellence in tourism, we need to be very focused on the fact that tourism needs programming, measurement, and management. Once again, things do not happen alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me now ask the organizers for reshuffle this table, and if you don't mind, I would ask you to leave your current positions. I don't mean the government position, of course. No. That was. I don't want. No. Really? I know seats. Yes, that's the best word. Now let me ask Mr. Matiak from DG Justice and Consumer from European Commission Do we have Mr. Matiak here? Yes. Yes, okay. And Mr. Vukošić and Ms. Dvořáková and Mr. Chanton. Yes, yes, please join me or join us. Do not hesitate. And let me open the first block. Package Travel Directive. Lessons learned from pandemic. This session will focus on the application of the directive, in particular with regard to the problems encountered during this terrible COVID-19 pandemic, safeguard mechanisms, as well as possible changes to the current directive. So, if you are ready, Mr. Matiak, are you ready? Yes, of course. Do you want to sit or do you want to stand? It's absolutely up to you. Of course, the floor is yours. The microphone is yours. Good morning.
Yeah. Dear Vice Prime Minister, Mr. Bartosz, dear Professor Priante, Alessandra, and dear Mr. Ihali, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me and the European Commission to be present here at this European Tourism Forum and to talk about the review of the Package Travel Directive. Package travel is not the whole tourism sector, but it forms a significant part of it, and it is one of the areas that is specifically regulated in EU legislation, along with passenger rights in the transport sector. Package travel is regulated at EU level since 1990, going through a reform in 2015. And what is our starting point of the discussions today is the Package Travel Directive that was adopted in 2015. Under this directive, this directive covers packages which come basically in two forms, traditional packages, traditional ready-made packages, and so-called dynamic packages. In addition to that, the directive, the Package Travel Directive, created the concept of linked travel arrangements, which are looser combinations of travel services as compared with packages. And they come in two forms. The Package Travel Directive applies since July, the 1st of July 2018. It is a full harmonization directive, although it gives certain regulatory options to the member states. Its main features are that in relation to packages, organizers are responsible for the package as a whole, and this goes along with their liability for the performance of the package. There are pre-contractual and contractual information requirements, and there are provisions also on contract changes and cancellations, such as cancellations due to unavoidable and extraordinary circumstances. And there is also provision for insolvency protection in case an organizer goes bankrupt. In relation to linked travel arrangements, LTAs, the rights are more restricted. There are some information requirements, and in some cases there is also a protection against the insolvency of a trader facilitating an LTA. So why is the Commission looking at this directive from 2015 already today? Well, there were a few important events after the directive started applying. There was the Thomas Cook insolvency of September 2019. Thomas Cook had subsidiaries in many EU member states, and the national insolvency protection systems had to ensure repatriations of travelers and the refund of prepayments. Overall, this worked fairly well, but there were some challenges in some member states. And then, of course, since February and March 2020, COVID-19 hit, and leading, as you're all well aware, led to mass cancellation, to considerable delays in refunds, and also the issuing of vouchers and questions related to those. The Commission responded by a recommendation of 13th of May 2020, making some recommendations to the Member States, amongst other things, in relation to vouchers. But there were also some deviating temporary rules in some EU Member States. In addition to that, many member states designed state aid schemes to ensure the liquidity of package organizers or to guarantee vouchers. Probably the starting point of the review was then was the report on the application of the Package Travel Directive of February 2021. This is a report by the Commission which analyzes the transposition and application of the directive and the challenges that were observed during the application of the directive. There were some challenges that were general, sort of pre-crisis issues, and challenges that were highlighted by the COVID-19 pandemic in particular. There was a report then in June 2021 which completed a special audit that the European Court of Auditors conducted on the protection of air passenger rights during COVID-19, and this special audit also concerned package travel. It concerned air passenger rights in the first place, but packages were also concerned. And the European Court of Auditors addressed a number of recommendations to the Commission. And it asked the Commission in particular to assess the limitation of prepayments made to airlines and package organizers. Then the clarification that insolvency protection for packages covers also vouchers and refund claims. And a third point was a suggestion to examine the creation of guarantee funds allowing airlines and package organizers to draw on to reimburse passengers or travelers for trips cancelled during a crisis. We'll talk about that later on. But the European Parliament also made a similar request to the Commission. Then there was a call of evidence, which is part of the Commission's better regulation principles, which launched in August 2021, which launched a back-to-back evaluation and impact assessment of the Package Travel Directive. And we also had in March 2022 the opinion of the Fit for Future platform. This platform made a number of suggestions for clarifications and simplification, for instance, in relation to linked travel arrangements, but also in relation to the scope of insolvency protection. Altogether, there were 5 suggestions that this platform made. Moving on, the Commission carried out a public consultation on the review of the Package Travel Directive, which ran from February to May 2022, and we had 520 responses, which is, I understand, fairly good as public consultations go. And there was, and businesses were by far the largest group of stakeholders that responded to this public consultation. But there are also other consultation activities. Consultations are the cornerstone of the Commission's better regulation policy. So, so they are at the center of this exercise. There are targeted surveys, questionnaires, interviews, and workshops that have been carried out and will still be carried out in connection with the study for the evaluation and the impact assessment. And there are also workshops and meetings with stakeholders and the member states that, that the Commission organizes directly itself. So, what are the main problems we have identified to date? One key element of the analysis is that it is difficult for travelers to recover prepayments where packages are cancelled in a major crisis. And this is linked to the fact that, traders, organizers, largely insist on prepayments, but that in a crisis such as COVID-19, there were also liquidity problems which made it difficult for traders, for organizers to make the necessary refunds. There was an uncertainty about the use of vouchers, because vouchers are not regulated in the Package Travel Directive. The Package Travel Directive only talks about refunds. And there were also issues in the supply chain, as many organizers pointed out to us. They were unable to make refunds to travelers for refunds for cancelled packages, because they did not themselves receive the money from service providers such as airlines or hotels. A second problem that we identified is that prepayments are not sufficiently protected against the organizer's insolvency. There is uncertainty as to whether vouchers and pending refunds are covered by insolvency protection, and the interpretation in the member states also varied. So this is an element also of legal uncertainty. There are still significant divergences between national insolvency protection systems, because the Package Travel Directive, while defining the objective of insolvency protection, leaves it to the member states to implement the details of such insolvency protection. And we also had reports that it is sometimes difficult for organizers to find insolvency protection, at least in some member states. A third group of problems relates to difficulties in the implementation due to complexity and legal uncertainty. So we've heard from stakeholders that they consider some of the rules to be too complex and difficult to apply in practice. This concerns the issue of linked travel arrangements. But we also hear that there is a need to clarify the role of different traders involved in a package. Well, these are two amongst several issues. So, what are possible measures to tackle these problems? Well, and I have to say, these are all preliminary ideas. The Commission is consulting, is gathering data, so nothing has been decided at this stage. But one possibility would be to turn the rules on voluntary vouchers, which are in the Commission's recommendation of May 2020, into binding rules, setting out a few rules and principles that would apply to vouchers. This would also include a clarification that vouchers and refund claims are covered by insolvency protection, which would also make them more attractive, so that travelers will accept them. And since they are basing ourselves on the idea of voluntary vouchers. Then another possible solution, and perhaps I should say, well, those are solutions that may be considered either as an alternative or complementary. Another measure could be a refund right of package organizers against service providers where a package is cancelled in accordance with the PTD. So this would be a measure to tackle the business-to-business problems in the supply chain, so that a service provider could not invoke other reasons than those of the Package Travel Directive, where a package travel contract has been terminated based on the criteria of the Package Travel Directive. Then this would then also apply to the whole supply chain. Yet another measure would be the introduction of a pre-insolvency crisis fund, which could be a fund at national level or possibly also at EU level, and this fund would be triggered by a liquidity crisis, and so it would be activated before organizers go bankrupt to ensure that travelers get their money back without calling into question the liquidity of organizers. In addition to such crisis mechanism, we have also been asked to examine the question of prepayments and their possible limitation. As you know, the standard business model is asking for prepayments, which may then be at certain risks. If a package is cancelled or if a package organizer goes bankrupt later. So in order to alleviate the problems related to refunds and insolvency protection, one possible solution could be the limitation of prepayments, and different options are conceivable. One could consider a more moderate limitation, such as 20% at the time of booking. It might also then be necessary to have a rule on an effect of such limitations for service providers that provide the services in connection with a package. These are some of the ideas. We know that the sector doesn't necessarily like a limitation, but we also have to see that the problem of refunds and the protection of payments made by travelers is an issue that we cannot ignore. We also have to look at whether it is necessary to further harmonize the rules on the national insolvency protection systems. Should there be further specifications as to the minimum cover that those national systems have to provide? Should there also be backup funds, in particular for national systems that still rely on individual insurance contracts to protect payments against insolvency? And should such a backup fund be set up at the level of the member states, or possibly even at EU level? In addition, we also have to look whether certain clarifications are necessary in the Package Travel Directive, clarifications and simplifications. And here one could consider, for instance, the provisions on the role of different parties in a package, because there are a number of parties in a package, and also these rules could clarify, for instance, which of the traders is responsible for refunds, so that consumers are not confused, that they're not sent from one trader to the other and have to run after their money, basically. So, and I also mentioned the question of linked travel arrangements, where there are many requests to see whether the rules can be clarified and simplified. So, I think this is roughly what I can say at this stage, but perhaps a quick look at the timeline before we finish. As you can see, many of the consultation and data gathering activities have already been carried out. There are some going on at the moment, especially between October and December of this year. We have a number, there are targeted surveys that have been sent out by our contractor. And interviews are being conducted, and we've organized a number of workshops also, and also the discussions today form part of this exercise. We will also have at the beginning of December still a meeting with experts from the member states, and there'll be a further workshop organized by our contractor.
Let me just mention the time, please.
Yes, I'm just about to finish. Thank you very much for that. So the aim is to finish the evaluation and the impact assessment by the end of March of next year, and then normally we could expect a proposal by the Commission to amend the directive well, in the early summer of 2023. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Matějak. And now let me ask Ms. Dvořáková and Mr. Vukočić, who are attorneys at law in area of travel law, to take the floor. You have the co-presentation, so I don't know who will start, but it's absolutely up to you. Please.
Thank you, and if you don't mind, because we have the joint presentation, we'll stay at the table, because it would not look good if we were switching all the time. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What to start with? I wanted to start with the proclamation that COVID was great. COVID was great, but not for the tour operators, but for their lawyers. And when I say that, I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about their cooperation. Before COVID, I hardly knew any other travel lawyer. And when I say a travel lawyer, I mean a person who is, as me or Michael, highly specialized in advising tour operators or other entrepreneurs in travel industry. Lucky enough, in 2019, I joined the organization which is called IFTA, and the abbreviation IFTA stands for International Forum of Travel and Tourism Lawyers. And not lawyers, advocates. And IFTA is full of attorneys who during COVID times were working extra hours in order to help their clients, very often tour operators, to fix their problems. And many of those problems were international, they were cross-border. Hence, there was a need for cooperation, there was a need for reference, and we did that. We talked a lot, we cooperated. I like to say that without COVID, that cooperation is an essence of friendship, and that's why I wanted to say that probably without COVID, Michael and I wouldn't be sitting at one table here today, and we wouldn't have a joint presentation here today. Before running a sprint called Major COVID-19 Challenges of Package Travel Organizers in 10 minutes, let me give the floor to Michael, who, unlike me, is a long-term member of IFTA, of this organization of travel attorneys, which I mentioned, and who might explain you whether this organization could be helpful also for you.
So, many thanks, Clara, and good morning, everyone. IFTA as the abbreviation and the title says, is a forum. That means it's a kind of association that is very diverse and very pluralistic. So what Clara and I are going to present today are our personal opinions. They are not the opinions of IFTA, because IFTA as such doesn't have an opinion on certain topics in travel law. IFTA has academics, it has consumer lawyers, and it has judges, and it has industry lawyers like Clara and myself. So a very diverse association, and I think it's the only worldwide association that is specialized on tourism and travel law. But what unites us in IFTA, regardless on which side we fight for in our practice, what unites us is a strive for good legislation in travel and tourism. And therefore, we regard ourselves as a kind of the stakeholders of law in tourism. And that's what we want to contribute to today with our presentation, and I may once again hand over to Clara to start with that presentation.
Well, we will start where Robert started, ended, or in other words, we will tackle some of the issues which Robert mentioned. Robert mentioned that they have been doing already tremendous consultations with stakeholders in the industry, and one of those stakeholders are tour operators, our clients. And 2 weeks ago, I was presenting at one travel event of tour operators, and I used that possibility and asked the tour operators a simple question. What did you see as a legal problem which affected your business during COVID the most? And here you can see on the slide some of the answers. So these are probably the answers, or some of the answers, which also Robert got back during his survey, a journalist survey. It's not the purpose of our presentation to go through and discuss each single item, but let me read at least some of them. Of course, it's the unprecedented administrative burden, which the tour operators felt. They felt it was unclear how to deal with those infected with COVID-19 during package tour. It was unclear to them which situations meet the criteria of extraordinary and unavoidable circumstances. It was unclear relevance of travel advisories and warnings published by governments. They also, of course, were not very happy about the refund of all payments in 14 days. Neither the time limit of 7 days, which not the tour operators but the carriers have, was not met. So, of course, the tour operators were not getting back the money from the carriers. Then, of course, if they didn't have the money from the carriers, they couldn't give the money back to their customers, and so on. In general, we heard a lot that tour operators felt that they are in a much lower position in comparison, they are much less powerful in comparison to air carriers, and that they suffered a lot from that situation. They also mentioned many times the lack of insolvency protection post-COVID, but this might be a fact which is very, very relevant for the Czech Republic. It might be different in different countries. They also mentioned that they can see now that there is a great increase of shadow economy because of the lack of insolvency protection in the Czech Republic. Further, they were claiming that the right to redress, which is existing under the directive, is very arduous to achieve. And then the last point which I have mentioned here is that the suppliers of services do not have deadline to refund the cancelled services. If you were lucky, they used it as a deposit for the next season. But I have to say that I'm already happy to hear that in the measurements which the European Commission is considering, many of those points which we have just mentioned are somehow tackled. So I'm happy to hear that the European Commission knows about all these problems. Michael and I asked ourselves the same question. So we also asked what were the problems which, from the point of view of us, of other lawyers, were very cumbersome for the tour operators. And we came to a conclusion, and of course from those many problems we chose for the purpose of this presentation only 2 problems. The first problem is the problem of the concept of extraordinary circumstances, and the second problem is the problem of right to redress. And I'm now giving the floor to Michael, who is going to explain us what is so bad about the concept of extraordinary circumstances as it stands now.
Thank you, Clara. Robert Matiak in his presentation already mentioned the term unavoidable and extraordinary circumstances. Well, this term was not a completely new term in the Package Travel Directive of 2015. It is a term that was used before in the EU passenger rights regulations, and in particular the Air Passenger Rights Regulation 261 of 2004. In that regulation, however, we don't have any definition of extraordinary circumstances, and therefore it needed a decision of the Court of Justice in Luxembourg to develop such definition in several cases, and the definition that the court came up with was that extraordinary circumstances means an event that is not inherent in the normal exercise of the activity of a carrier and beyond the control of that carrier. So we have 2 elements: not inherent in the normal activity, which means extraordinary, beyond the control, which means unavoidable. So in the Package Travel Directive, the EU legislators chose to make a legal definition in Article 3. And there we read, it's a situation beyond the control of the party who invokes it, and the consequences of which could not have been avoided even if all reasonable measures had been taken. Aren't we missing something there? Both of these definition elements relate to unavoidability. Beyond the control means unavoidability of the situation as such, and then we have the unavoidability of the consequences of that situation. But what about extraordinary? So we have the weird situation that we have a definition that only relates to one element of the term and completely excludes the other element, extraordinary. Do we have to apply the judgments of the European Court of Justice in air passenger rights cases? That's not sure. Unavoidable and extraordinary circumstances play a major role in connection with the COVID crisis when it comes to termination of the package contract by the traveler. And basically, Article 12 provides that a traveler can terminate the contract for free. That means without any payment of a termination compensation or termination fee if such unavoidable and extraordinary circumstances significantly affect the performance of the services included in the package, but these unavoidable and extraordinary circumstances have to occur at the destination or its immediate vicinity. So there's a lot of questions arising from that provision. Firstly, we can see the role that the term unavoidable and extraordinary circumstances plays here is quite different from Regulation 261 on EU air passenger rights. In the air passenger rights regulation, extraordinary circumstances are a precondition to release the air carrier from liability, from paying that fixed standardized compensation. And therefore, that concept triggers a rather restrictive, a rather narrow interpretation, which was accordingly taken by the European Court of Justice. But here in Article 12 of the Package Travel Directive, the situation is completely different. Here it is a precondition for the traveler to terminate the contract without paying a fee. Wouldn't that rather trigger a broader definition, a broader interpretation? On the other hand, we read in the recitals that one of the purposes of the Package Travel Directive 2015 was to create consistency between package travel and these EU regulations on passenger rights. So where is that consistency here?
Dr. Vukošić, let me just mention the time limit, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I leave it with this. You can see other crucial points on the screen and hand over to Clara. Thank you.
Maybe, Mr. Železný, I will ask how much time do we have left?
How much time do you need?
Because we originally have 50 minutes, but which we didn't, yeah, so.
Well, continue, please, and try to
so I will
try to speed it up.
I will try to tackle at least the bottom line of what I wanted to say with the second problem, which is the right of redress. In the Article 22 of Package Travel Directive, you will read that the package travel organizer has a right to redress, which means that he can hunt his suppliers if he pays some money, gives a discount or pays damages to his customer because the supplier did something wrong, if I put it very simple. It means it is a provision which is there in order to protect the tour operator, in order to protect the cash flow of the tour operator. It is the way to get the money back. You might think, okay, this is a great provision for the tour operators. But when we look at the COVID situations, do you think that this provision would apply to a situation when the hotel is closed during COVID times? Do you think it's going to apply to the situation when the aircraft is simply not flying? Do you think it's going to apply to the situation when the border is closed and the tourists cannot cross it because this is the governmental provisions, because this is the governmental measures? My answer, my opinion is no, no, and no. So in majority of the situations which happened during COVID, this Article 22 couldn't be used, and the tour operators couldn't use it to get their money back from their suppliers. This is why I'm happy to hear that Robert was already mentioning during his presentation that one of the measures which is considered is that there might be an obligation for the suppliers to give the money back, maybe also in these situations which I mentioned. But even if I forget about COVID and look at the Article 22, I have to say that there are many problems with this right to redress, especially in the cross-border situations. It is because those who need to apply Article 22, it's usually medium and small enterprises. It's the agents who do not have solid contracts with business partners all around the world. And because if they had these solid contracts, then usually in those contracts it would be written what happens if the supply is cancelled, and the same contract would say this contract is governed by this law or that law. It is this court which is going to decide about the situation. But if you don't have the solid contract and you refer to Article 22, you don't have these answers, these questions answered. So very often you run into the situation when in theory you have a right to redress, but you have a business partner in Egypt or somewhere else out of EU, and you very often run into the situation when it's in Egypt law or a third country law which applies to the situation. It is the third country court which is supposed to decide in this case. So you are really considering whether you want to use this right or not. I started this presentation by talking about cooperation of travel lawyers. Without this cooperation, I think that, for example, the right to redress is a complete science fiction. But of course, when you involve many lawyers across different jurisdictions, then the litigation, the cross-border litigation, becomes very expensive. So maybe this is also another reason why the right to redress is non-approachable for medium and small enterprises to which it should be used for. We wanted to end with call for action because we told you with Michael that we are the lawyers of the tour operators. And what we learned during serving them for 2 very busy years was that, or we thought that we learned that, the package travel organizers were acting very responsibly. They were acting fair with their customers. Of course, it is always the fact that the client is choosing their lawyer. And if the client is fair, he's very often choosing a fair lawyer. And it might work also vice versa. So that's why I'm saying that it's our observation that the package travel organizers were acting very responsibly towards their customers. But what we also saw was a lack of guidance. Tour operators were lost. They didn't understand, they didn't know what to do. That's why we were so busy, because we had to explain them what the law wants them to do. And the third point which we wanted to mention is the lack of fair balance. Because very often, of course, we know that we are not 100% objective. We are skewed, we are the lawyers of the tour operators, but still, we are the lawyers, and the lawyer always has to think objectively, because if he was not talking objectively, he would give a wrong advice to the client. But still, we think that the Package Travel Directive, as it is set right now, it's not giving a fair balance to both parties, the consumers and the tour operators. But I'm giving the floor to Michael to probably come up with some better words to conclude.
But the time is running very, very fast.
Last sentence.
Only 2 sentences. To finish with our presentation, I wanted to quote the great Voltaire, who once said, "If you want to have good laws, burn the ones you have and make new ones." I wouldn't go that far with the Package Travel Directive, but I hope that the presentation of Clara and myself at least made a small contribution to an improvement when it comes to the revision of the Package Travel Directive. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you both. And let me move to Mr. Chanton. Good morning. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Does it work? Yes. I am perfectly conscious that I am the last person between you and the coffee break, so I will make it on time, hopefully. Thank you, Czech Presidency, Vice Minister Bartosz, and Ministry of Regional Development for organizing the timely panel on Package Travel Directive, and thank you to my esteemed colleagues for their presentation. My name is Benoît Chantoin. I am Director of Legal Affairs and Consumer Affairs at TECTA, and our association has represented the travel agent and tour operator community for the past 60 years. This industry also has been the first to apply the Package Travel Directive of 1990, as in the pre-internet era, back in the day. Going to your travel agency was the main way to book your holidays. And with the internet, new sale channels opened, of course, and it is now possible to book your trip the way you want, directly, indirectly, standalone, or in combination. But little by little, this very protective piece of legislation covered less and less travelers. And one reason being actually that protection has a cost, and travelers are usually price-driven, so they are more inclined to book cheaper, less regulated travel products. And the directive has been revised and modernized in 2015 in order to better protect consumers, better fit the digital age, and improve the level playing field, with some successes, but also with some room for improvement, let's say. And since its entry into force, we already know, the new PTD has already known 2 major crises. Thomas Cook insolvency, I won't talk about this one, and the COVID-19 pandemic. The latest has seen actually the whole travel and transport industry come to an halt, massive wave cancellation, and liquidity shortage issue that you all know. And travel agent and tour operator, I think that was clear from previous presentation, were particularly vulnerable, not able to retrieve their customer money from service providers and airline in particular. And now we are back at looking at a revision and how to improve upon the 2015 directive. So I could basically develop and list all the measures that we would like to see in the revision, such as protection against airline insolvency, B2B refund, more affordable protection and insurances, flexible scope, crisis measures. But I have only 8 minutes, and actually everything is in our position paper that you can look in our website. It's been put in the first page, so easy to get. Instead, I will just give a few remarks for your considerations. Firstly, a travel agent or tour operator is typically an SME. That means it will be in direct contact with his client and be liable toward them. They will protect their clients' prepayments against insolvency, but they don't hold their money. This high level of protection comes at a cost, and mostly in terms of professional insurances. And due to the successive crises, it is fair to say that insurers have either increased their premium or disappeared from the market. That means also it's increasingly difficult for these SMEs to protect themselves. In addition, and that comes back to your presentation about the dominant position of airlines, imposing rule on SMEs doesn't necessarily mean that these SMEs will be able to impose those conditions to their service providers. Secondly, we should not look at the revision of the PTD only, but rather have an holistic approach on the protection of travelers. What the pandemic has clearly shown is that the travel industry is one intricate ecosystem with a complex cash flow. One element cannot work without the others: consumer, intermediaries, hotel, airlines, and all are addressed in various separated legislation and dealt at different level, EU national. So it is crucial, in our opinion, to see how the various legislation will work together and harmonize them. And at the moment, it is not the case. During the pandemic, an organizer can have to refund a traveler free of charge due to a crisis and not recover the money from the supplier because actually they could perform the service. And that's actually interesting, just outside of the discourse, is that, well, I think there is one panel missing here, is passenger protection. And that's normal because actually that's Ministry of Transport, but passenger and travelers should be treated in some equal ways, in my opinion. Thirdly, we believe that limiting consumer prepayment in the PTD at this stage doesn't make any sense. The intermediary holds for a very limited time their client's prepayment, which is used normally to pay the service providers to secure the bookings. An airline, for example, will require 100% of the prepayment at the time of the booking, and therefore limiting the prepayment of intermediaries will be asking SMEs to become the bankers of airlines. It would make more sense, in our opinion, to protect the passengers against an airline insolvency. An airline insolvency fund already exists in Denmark and it's working, so let's use this as an inspiration. And if package organizer can protect their travel money, why can't airlines? Point 4, we should also look at what had been done by member states and the EU during the pandemic, and let's get inspired by the best practices. The pandemic had been exceptional, both in duration and scale. And it is important to address how to better handle the next crisis. But we don't know what will happen next and when it will happen. Creating a crisis fund will be costly for a recovering industry, I think, and might be less flexible than ad hoc measures. Member States, in coordination with the Commission, handled well this exceptional crisis, and we should use this experience and make it more automatic and faster. For example, Denmark again set up a fund from which package organizer could refund their customer quickly and then pay back the fund by installment. And finally, package organizers are not insurers. PT is already a very protective legislation. And however, during this revision, we should not believe that the PTD will solve all the problems that a traveler will encounter. A package travel is a contract, and the PTD should regulate what happens within the boundaries of that contract. Not more, not less. There are areas that are covered by travel insurances, and if some improvement needs to be done in that area, we would be happy to assist. So as a conclusion, let's all work to find the best practices, and let's use the experience gathered to make sure that travelers are protected along the whole travel value chain. Thank you, and happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As I've mentioned, the time is running really very fast. So I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, if there is some question. If there are some, of course, yes. Just go to the microphone, please. Use it. And be as brief as possible. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Roman Škrabánek. I'm president of Czech Association of Tour Operators and Travel Agents. And I got a question to Mr. Matiak from DG Justice from European Commission. So PTD for us is a crucial legislation, so we are talking about our future, so it's very important. There are many issues to be yet discussed on the PTD revision, and I would like to ask you about a very important issue for us, for small country and small and medium-sized companies. It's the liability of tour operators to refund the prepayments to clients in a major crisis, so in this unavoidable and extraordinary circumstances. So Czech Republic, as you know, adopted a short-term legislation during this global pandemic, COVID-19, which saved business life to many tour operators, and we had only about 20 bankruptcies. I would like to know what's my question is, what's the recent approach of European Commission regarding the right of issuing vouchers in a major crisis? It's very important, especially, I repeat, for small and medium-sized companies.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Well, perhaps I'd rather not talk about the past, but rather on what might be the future. The idea of, the current idea of the Commission would be that that vouchers would have to be voluntary. There would be specific rules on vouchers, so it's clear that they can be used, but maybe you have to be decided whether it will have to be in a crisis situation or otherwise. But they would have to remain voluntary, so that travelers would not be forced to accept them. They should be covered also by insolvency protection to make them more attractive, and to have the same rules in all EU member states to avoid divergent practices. And in addition, we would also consider complementary measures. I mean, we're considering. I mean, we're consulting. We're gathering data. So these and then matters have to be discussed in the Commission. But we're also considering complementary measures, including, for instance, the crisis fund, which would be activated in order to cover refunds. But we have to be honest. Of course, a crisis fund will also cost money. The money will have to come from somewhere, but we know that some member states have already established such mechanisms as well, and we're looking at what different member states have done to tackle this crisis and to prepare for the next crisis. And we don't know in which form it will come, but yes, so there are a set of measures that we are considering, and the impacts of which we will assess.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any other questions, ladies and gentlemen? If there are not, one additional question, but please be as brief as possible. Thank you very much in advance.
Okay, just to comment, a voluntary basis is not a solution, so it is not balanced, because that means that tour operators have to bear the burden of major crisis. The second question is, airlines mandatory insolvency protection system. What's the recent approach of European Commission, because there is a disruption on the market? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, well, I'm not so sure that voluntary vouchers are not a solution. Many member states worked with them and worked with them also successfully, and so through complement. So I wouldn't say it's. I wouldn't agree that it's that they're useless. Definitely not. Regarding air passenger rights and insolvency protection, unfortunately, I cannot say very much about that, as this is within the remit of a DG Move, the Director General for Transport in the Commission, and they are not present here today. So it's difficult for me to comment on this, but I can inform you that the review of EU passenger rights is going on in parallel, following actually exactly the same timing as our initiative. And there is a lot of there are a lot of contacts and coordination between the two DGs in the Commission. What the outcome will be, I cannot predict.
Thank you very much. Let me promise that I will guard the time more strictly in the next blocks. And thank you very much. Thank you very much all. And let us meet again at 11:40, please, after the coffee break. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining this second block, which is called Short-Term Rentals Regulation. The session will focus on the proposal for a regulation on short-term rentals, which the Commission plans to publish in the autumn. The session will also include the views of professional associations in the context of creating an appropriate regulatory framework for STR. The first to speak is Amaryllis Verhoeven from European Commission, from DG GROW. Ms. Verhoeven, do you want to sit or stand? It's absolutely up to you. Take your time. But I will guard it strictly, I'm sorry. That's my role. Thank you.
All right, well, good morning, everybody. Very happy to be here. As you know, the proposal on data collection and sharing for short-term accommodation rentals is out in the meantime. It was launched by the Commission on the 7th of November, and it is my absolute pleasure to walk you through, in a not too technical and long manner, the ins and outs of what you can find in our proposal. Very briefly, why are we doing this? I don't think I need to be long. We all know here in the room that short-term accommodation rentals, platform-mediated new service, have increased a lot in volume. And today we see that about 1/4 of all tourist accommodation is actually offered via short-term accommodation rentals. And that means a lot of benefits for a lot of players, tourists, but also the whole sector who benefits from that, but also concerns. Concerns, notably from cities which are tourism hotspots that suffer from over-tourism, affordable housing concerns, etc. And for this reason, we see indeed in Europe an increasing tendency to regulate this sector. And there is one big issue that we hear from all players, being a very big issue, and that is a lack of transparency and difficulties in collecting data about STRs and difficulties relating to sharing of data. And these difficulties make life difficult for all the relevant players. On the one hand, there is really an issue that public authorities that want to govern STRs are facing. What is the problem? More and more member states impose registration systems because they want to know who are the hosts, where are the properties, where are they being located. But in practice, registration obligations are not always complied with. And how to sanction that if you don't know where the hosts are? And then further, cities, public authorities, they turn to platforms asking, please, can you share your data? We need to know. And platforms turn them away. Not always, but once in a while, on the basis of all kinds of arguments, GDPR, I can't share data, against privacy, technical reasons, what have you. So the system doesn't work. Cities, authorities stay in the cold, don't get the data, but also platforms and hosts are complaining. They're complaining about burdensome requirements popping up left and right, uncoordinated, and fragmented data requests all the time, and they are burdensome. Not only for the big players, because that's something that needs to be noted. We did actually a mapping of who are the platforms here already. And we see that in this particular area, this is not just a story of big platforms and small cities. This is a story of about 700 platforms being active in Europe, many of which are niche players, small players. And so that's why we decided, let's come up with one uniform framework at the European level, one framework that makes it easy for all the players to collect and share data, and makes it also sure that the data at the end of the day will be there, so that cities have the tools to design their STRs rules, but also to enforce them. And that's basically the aim of the regulation. The regulation doesn't come in a regulatory void. As you know, we just finalized all the discussions over the Digital Services Act, and this regulation is actually what we call a plug-in into the DSA. Here we go one step further. We impose new obligations on platforms for this particular segment in order to have data collection and sharing ongoing. Now, let me tell you already, there is one thing that you will not find in this regulation. There is many things that you will not find. The regulation is targeted on one issue: transparency. It is not trying to say, in the place of cities and national authorities, what should be the proper rules on market access. So, national authorities, member states, they fully remain competent for national health and safety regulations, to deal with urban requirements, zoning rules, night caps, what have you, of course, subject to the principles of the treaty, and notably the Services Directive, which requires that any market access restrictions be justified and proportionate. We don't touch that, because the rule and the framework is already there. It's not being touched here in the proposal. This proposal also does not deal with taxation issues, does not deal with security issues. Yeah? All that is left to the member states to regulate, and for taxation we have the specific instruments, notably the DAC 7. So a very focused approach. What are the key elements? How is the new framework going to work? Well, there's 4 building blocks in the proposal, and let me quickly explain them to you. It all starts with an obligation for hosts to register, so a harmonized approach to registration requirements. Second, a set of rules in order to make sure that there is an effective compliance with such registration requirements. We want to close the black market. Yeah. Third set of rules, reporting obligations on platforms that have to share certain sets of data. And then last but not least, provisions that make sure that the regulation can be effectively applied and enforced. So information monitoring and enforcement provisions. I'll take them very quickly, one by one. Registration schemes. The whole idea behind the proposal is balance. Balanced approach. If authorities want to have data, there should be a system of burden sharing. What does the proposal say? Authorities that want to have data, they have to put in place registration systems. Now, that is not revolutionary, because in actually most member states, registration systems are actually already in place. They must maintain a registration system for all hosts, be they peers, professionals, everybody will need to register. Yeah? Where to maintain the registration systems? Well, that is up to the member states again. Can be at national level, regional level, city level, depending on what are also already the current practices. Existing schemes can be maintained, but we want to make sure that cities or authorities, they ask for certain minimum informations. They should have all the information necessary to identify who is the host and what is the type of property that is rented out and for how many guests maximum, etc. Very importantly, here we go for minimum harmonization, meaning that competent authorities can ask for more. So if you think in your city it is very important to ask for fire safety certificates, you can ask that. If you think it is important that you get information about what is the type of property and is this actually a commercial property or private property or whatever, you can ask that. You can ask for more information and certificates. Again, under the caveat that it be necessary and proportionate. Second, registration schemes will need to be online, accessible via a central website. And we also have included the provision that information and documents that has already been shared should essentially be reused. Again, that is not so new. It also follows already from the Single Digital Gateway regulation. And then last, registration schemes should lead to the grant of a registration number, which should be a unique identifier. Okay? And why is that important? Because this will be the linchpin that will allow the platforms to share data and also enforce. Automatic grant of a registration number, meaning that any checks, verifications, should take place ex post. Cities need to do that, platforms also to some extent, I'll come to that, but ex post. That's for registration obligations. Second pillar, compliance with registration obligations. In order to secure compliance, the proposal requires platforms to design their websites in such a way that hosts can only bring online an offer if they also file their registration number. Very important. Very important. Of course, if and to the extent there is an obligation to register. And platforms will also need to carry out random checks in order to see whether, indeed, this is being complied with. To make the life of the platforms easy, we require public authorities to make all the relevant information on where registration systems apply, etc., available on one national website. Again, that's not new, flows already from the Single Digital Gateway. We also specify here that public authorities have not only the power to suspend registration numbers if they see that there is a problem with the registration, but also to ask platforms to remove illegal listings. And we specify that. Again, that is DSA Plus. We specify what is there in the provisions. Third block, data sharing. On the basis of the registration system, authorities will get what we call identification data. This is static data. Who's the host and what's the property? With that, you don't have the data you need in order to enforce possible rules, such as, for instance, night caps or others. For that, you also need to have activity data. You need to know what is going on in real time. Therefore, under the proposal, there will be a reporting obligation for online platforms. They will have to share a list of data, and this time it is a closed list. The type of data they need to share, number of nights rented, number of guests that have been hosted, plus the registration number. And that data needs to be shared on a monthly basis, with an exception for the very small platforms who get a more lenient regime. For most platforms, it will be on a monthly basis via automated means. The data needs to be shared at a national level with a so-called national single digital entry point. That is an interface to be created by public authorities at a national level. What is it? It's basically one access point. It's a virtual interface, able to receive the data from all the various platforms and then to dispatch the data to the relevant authority. For instance, the City of Prague will, in the Czech Republic, via the National Digital Single Entry Point, get the relevant data for the City of Prague, but not for other cities, for instance. So it's a single entry point and a single dispatch point. Data sharing will be shared for that purposes, will allow public authorities then to use the data for designing rules, but also for enforcing rules. Data can also be reused, and that's specified also in the regulations in aggregate forms for statistical purpose. Also, very important, cities, authorities are encouraged also to make aggregate data, so non-personal data, available for entities that will start developing the European tourism data space, which is part of the action plan. Then, last block of the regulation, information monitoring and enforcement. I've already mentioned national member states are required to have a national website to provide user-friendly information for platforms and hosts. We also want member states to monitor what is going on, what is going well, what is not going well under the regulation, and that is everything to do with the fact that we also as a Commission will evaluate how the system functions within 5 years. And then importantly, enforcement. How will the system be enforced? Yeah? When we look at the compliance by design, so the obligations on platforms to shape their website in a certain way, these provisions will follow the enforcement mechanism set out already in the digital single, in the DSA, yeah, the Digital Services Act. Meaning that the national digital coordinators, which will be created, will be in charge of enforcing these obligations. For the other obligations, we believe that this should be done according to the national rules. So, for instance, if the city of Prague doesn't get the data, they lodge a complaint in front of the Czech national courts, and we want to see that member states proactively already established a system of penalties, which is publicized, notified, so that platforms know, if I don't comply, there's a stick. Last but not least, if the moderator will still allow me, what are now the expected impacts? Why are we doing this? What is it we hope to achieve? Well, we hope to see a lot of happy people. Yeah? We hope that the public authorities will get the data they need in an easy manner. We hope that the hosts will also find easy to use and transparent procedures. We hope that the online platforms will be able to benefit from one single framework instead of a lot of fragmented rules and data requests. We hope that tourists will benefit from the fact that listings on platforms are legal listings, are controlled listings. We hope that other accommodation providers, the hotels, will also benefit from a better level playing field. More transparency will normally translate in a better level playing field. And I already mentioned the tourism data space. More data means also that over time, the whole sector should benefit from more data, which will lead to more predictability and a better capacity to anticipate. I will stop here, but one important message. We adopted on the 7th, and that means that until January, the Have Your Say portal is there to collect all comments on the proposal. It is important. We tried in the run-up to this proposal. We did a public consultation. We had more than 5,000 replies. But we also want to hear the voice of all the stakeholders now that the proposal is on the table and is moving actually to the Council and the European Parliament. So, have your say. We are now on a listening mode, and we hope to get it right now together with the co-legislator. Hopefully we can move to a swift and a very good proposal in the interest of a sustainable and good tourism ecosystem for the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Verhoeven, for explanation. And let me give the floor to Mr. Mark Borkiewicz, who is representing European Cities Alliance. Hello.
Thank you so much. So, many thanks to the Czech EU presidency and the organizers of this event. It is a pleasure to be here. By the way, did you notice that this city, Prague, is very strong on alchemy? It holds two museums dedicated to the medieval sort of mystical practices in dark cellars with steamy boiling glasswork, you know, that would turn normal stuff into gold. I find that quite unique, you know. I come from Amsterdam, you know, and I was just imagining, you know, we have the same sort of spiritual attractions. So I was just imagining, you know, in my city, you know, alchemy shops, you know, everywhere. But bon, I will take that with me as a form of inspiration. Thanks so much for putting the issue of short-term rentals on the agenda. It is a very relevant topic for European cities. And I will speak indeed on behalf of the European Alliance of Cities on Short-Term Rentals. Our alliance is a cooperation of roughly 20 cities. The impressive city of Prague is one of them, but it includes cities like Athens and Barcelona, Berlin, Florence, Krakow, Paris, Porto, Vienna, the key tourist destinations. Also smaller sized cities. And the concern that we have in common is essentially the enforcement of the regulatory rules for short-term rentals that are in place. Okay, so now, Amaryllis, yes, you had seen me smiling, and I think I can already say that we are, you know, very much welcoming the proposals that have been put on the table, this initiative on data collection and data sharing relating to short-term rentals. It is something we have been advocating for many years, and we look forward to working with the Commission and with other stakeholders at national level to see this proposal go through the legislative process. I will come back on the initiative, but allow me to give some couleur locale from Amsterdam, the city that I represent on European affairs. I'd like to share some words both on tourism and on housing. I think these are aspects that are really essential to understand our approach on short-term rentals. And the experiences of Amsterdam are not very, very different from those of the other cities that I mentioned that are in our alliance. Now, maybe not that everything that I will share here will necessarily go down very well. So I'm aware of the arena. I am here, and you know, I will be frank with you. You know, being Dutch and all that, I did check the emergency exit. It's just over there. So you know, I'm quite close to it. So the principal view of my city on tourism is actually very positive. We see it as an important enrichment for our city. It contributes significantly to our economy, of course. It contributes essentially to the cultural dynamic of Amsterdam, and it is simply wonderful to share our cultural heritage, our musea, our music scene with the guests that we receive worldwide. We are, and we will always remain, a welcoming and open city. But here comes a but. There are simply limits to what a city can bear. Limits on how much tourism we can accommodate without impacting the livability in our city, without losing our identity, our sense of belonging to where we live. And here also clearly there are limits to what our inhabitants are willing to endure. Okay, the latest figures show that tourism has fully returned. This third quarter of this year, the number of tourists was 15% higher as compared to the third quarter of last year. Well, that is maybe not so surprising, but compared with 2019, thus pre-COVID, we are already looking at a 4% increase. Let me make this concrete. The number of overnight stays in Amsterdam in 2019 was 21 million. Yeah? We may have a big mouth sometimes, you know, as a city, in particular on football, but please bear in mind that we are actually quite a relatively small city. We have no more than 900,000 inhabitants. So that is the picture. And over quite some years already, there's an ongoing debate between locals, between entrepreneurs, between our city politicians, sometimes even fierce debates over the impact on tourism. And the issue is even a regular item on national media. Requested by the City Council, our city monitors what we call the touristic capacity of each district. How much can a district bear before losing ground? So this is done in quantitative terms and qualitative terms. Quantitatively measuring the hotel, B&B, and short-term rental capacity in each district, the number of attractions in that district, and even the number of pavements that are smaller than 1.5 meters, because crowd management is also a concern. And these quantitative data per district are combined with surveys per district, asking inhabitants about public order, about street nuisance related to alcohol abuse, about noisiness, litter, pollution, you know, the empty beer cans, the food waste on streets, and indeed also feedback on nuisance, possible nuisance related to short-term rentals in their neighborhood. In 2020, a citizens' initiative was launched. It was entitled Amsterdam Has a Choice. And it stated that the livability in our city has become way under too much pressure, and it called for new measures. It received 30,000 signatures, and it compelled my city government at this moment to gear up its existing strategy on attaining more balance in our city. And this is now really a high political priority. And I'm expecting early December a new long-term vision on tourism by our mayor and deputy mayors to be proposed to the City Council. And I don't think I give away much of a scoop that this new strategy will not aim at increasing more tourism. But maybe it will be aiming for positioning our city in a different way towards the world. So, let me see where I am. I wanted to say a few words on housing in addition to this. Here it is. Okay, so because housing is, as I mentioned, also an important aspect. I will be quick here because I see and sense the pressure of the moderator. 50% of the 450,000 houses in Amsterdam are social housing. Yeah, so short-term rentals are not allowed in that sector. By the way, the waiting list for social housing in Amsterdam is 13 years, right? The rest of the housing stock is private, and of that, a quarter is just privately lived by the people who own it and live there. Then a quarter of this private sector is private rental, where the market is free, in fact. Now, given the growth in tourism, combined with the limited house stock in our city, one does not need to have a master in economics to figure out that unlimited short-term rentals in the private stock will be, for owners, a very attractive business model. But that is not what my city government allows. In Amsterdam, it is very fine to make some money on the side, you know, when you go on holiday, but the cornerstone of our policy remains to ensure that all houses in our city are for residential use. And hence the nightcap that we have per year for short-term rentals, which is 30 nights. Now this brings me to the draft regulation for short-term rentals. We appreciate it very much that the Commission has put this on the table. And I mentioned that before. We appreciate in particular that the proposal stresses the need for a balanced tourism ecosystem. Mandatory data sharing in respect of short-term rental activity across the EU is for us the most crucial and most welcome part of the regulation. And in particular, we welcome that this may put an end to the discussions that we have with the platforms, even until, you know, court cases on requests for data sharing, where we have always heard that there were issues with GDPR standards. We note some aspects that may need some further clarification, Amarilis, some precision throughout the legislative process. For instance, we would like to clarify that national, regional, local competence on the way we wish to allow or not allow short-term rental activities remain untouched. The relevant level for regulatory balance, we always say, for weighing the different societal interests that are at stake, we believe is local or regional. The draft regulation appears to prescribe in some aspects how we implement and enforce registration or authorization schemes for short-term rentals. In particular, where we follow a verification procedure concerning the owners of real estate that wish to offer short-term rental services. And we believe it is not for the EU, in principle, to regulate this. And it seems to us also not very necessary to achieve the goals of the regulation. And then another aspect we hope to clarify in the coming period is the enforcement of data sharing obligations on the platforms. We are uncertain on how compliance with these obligations, cross-border compliance, will be effectively enforced. We are not very sure how the so-called orders to delist advertisements from platforms, ads that have been notified by local authorities because they seem suspicious or even maybe in flagrant conflict with local regulations, can effectively be delisted and enforced. The draft regulation seems to give member states the main role in ensuring compliance with these obligations. But currently, yet, in our experience, cross-border cooperation on enforcement of data sharing obligations is very weak. Now, a final point, we think that short-term online advertisements that do not respect our regulations are, by consequence, qualitate qua, to be considered illegal content. This would be consistent with the famous ground rule, what is illegal offline should be illegal online. But again, let me underline with a smile, we are very pleased with the proposal on the table. And we will look forward to working with the Commission and other stakeholders. I would like to make a final point here on something different, but I'd just like to raise it, and it's called the Urban Agenda. This is initiated some years back with the Member States and the European Commission. It brings together experts from the local level, the European level, and member state level around specific urban challenges. You can think about circular economy, air quality, or migration. And they are called thematic partnerships. And the issue is that they would work together, these experts, in a multi-level governance sort of setting on identifying where are the bottlenecks and how can we improve our policies. And recently, very recently, a thematic partnership has been launched dedicated to sustainable tourism. And I just wanted to mention this, and maybe colleagues at the European Commission can, if you are interested, help you further. It is predominantly managed and operated through DG Regio, but I think it might be an interesting program for people here. And I thank you very much for your kind attention.
I thank you very much, Mr. Bokevit. And now Ms. Marie Audren, representing Utrecht. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. It's a real honor for me to be here with you today. So my name is Marie Audren. I'm the Director General of Utrecht, which is the European organization representing the hospitality sector. So before we start diving into this very important topic on STR, let me just flag to this expert audience who is Utrecht and who we are representing. So we are an association of associations. We have members, 46 national associations in 35 countries. I mean, what is, I think, very rich and interesting in Utrecht is that we not only have representatives from the EU 27, but also we have members in, from other countries. I would like to mention, Iceland, Norway, Switzerland, Turkey, our friends from Ukraine who joined our organization at the end of 2021, and we are very proud, and we are with them in this very challenging time. So that's about Utrecht, and what, it's a very diverse, a lot of small companies, over 95%. What makes us proud is this diversity, the fact that we are creating many jobs and growth in lots of these countries. It's about 2 million businesses in Europe and over 12 million jobs. And I've heard this morning, of course, a lot about the recovery, the resilience, and I cannot hide. We had a very good summer and recovery, but let's also be very clear that today hospitality, and I think many of the tourism actors also are facing very challenging time. If you see the impact on energy and food prices, inflation, but also the lack of staff and labor shortage, which I think has a significant impact on many of our operations and the ability of our business to remain open and to work. So just on this, I wanted to make the parenthesis, because I think it's also important, and I've heard this morning it's something that a lot of our representatives in the European Commission, member states and Parliament are keen to address. So that's really important. But coming to the topic of short-term rental, which brings me here today. So of course we started this presentation actually just before the Commission issued the proposal, so maybe I'll take you through how we perceive this issue in Utrecht. It's obviously not something new. We've seen really years of growth and probably something that started 15 years ago as probably more like a marginal proportion of holiday stays is now becoming a real industry. We had the data from Eurostat dated 2019, but I heard this morning the Commissioner having more recent data on the importance of STR accommodation in the whole decision of consumer to stay, and it has become a genuine industry and growing. It's been growing rapidly and really becoming a mainstay. So that's something important to stress. In terms of the discussion within the hospitality industry, probably I would like to stress it's not just a European issue, it's a global issue. So we started already back from 2014 to discuss with colleagues in the United States, but also in other countries, some of the challenges, presented by those STR, and really I'd like to come back to some of them, but it's really, as Marie-Lise, you mentioned, and the Commission wanted to look at the fair level playing field, which I think very important for hotel and different form of other accommodation. So in terms of the world of accommodation services, which are very diverse. Utrecht, it's about mainly hotels, which are often small hotel, independent, family-run hotel, but you have also campsite, bed and breakfast, and rural accommodation services. And these establishments overall are really subject to strict regulatory obligations. So it's about labor law. We employ a lot of people, the taxation, following some regulation concerning, intellectual property, information about guests, health, food security. So some of these regulations are EU, but most of the time it's something that national or local authorities have been regulating, and that really makes the framework for how we can operate and continue to operate business, how to invest, and how to provide to consumer different choices. So, and on the other end, let's say the way STR have grown and developed has been largely unregulated or under-regulated over the past years. And this is where I think it's important in terms of investment, but also the choice and the safety of consumer. And we really look at this imbalance and try to level the playing field for all. Because at the end, I think it's not one or the other, or maybe, you know, it's really offering, having an offer on territory, on destination, which really is conducive to growth and to create jobs and also experience and the success of the destination. So what were our objectives? And really, maybe, I mean, we published in July 2022, I think it was a very interesting exercise to look at a full study to look at what happened over this regulatory discussion on STR over the past 10 years. Because there are a number of scholars specialized in hospitality, but urban planning, which are also thinking about this issue and how the regulatory debate has grown. So what were the objectives of OTREC? Really first to introduce clear and consistent obligation for STR platform and host. And I think this was indeed missing. It was a growing consideration in Europe, but not necessarily at an EU level. And I think, again, it's important now that we've had this discussion for a couple of months, but we will continue to work with stakeholders, have a constructive debate, but also on the enforcement and really enable the effective oversight of STR activities by the local and national authorities. And I think that were really two important objectives from OTREC. And I'd like also to pick up on what you said about the DSA. The DSA and DMA are really milestones regulation. I think the principle of the DSA that what is illegal in the real world is also illegal online, and I think that's extremely important for us. And this now proposal goes further. So what were our main asks? And I think now we can compare, obviously, to the proposal which is on the table. So very important, I think, this mandatory host registration system and the data sharing. That's really something as a must for us. Then in terms of the local authorities, we fully agree that they have to look at their own specific situation in terms of setting the right market access conditions for STR host. And you can have very different situation in Amsterdam or in other territory or smaller cities. It was also important to look at the fiscal aspect and really support the fiscal authorities with relevant data. We know we have the DAX 7 entering into force at the beginning of next year. It's also important, we feel, for us to look at what are the obligation in terms of health, safety, security, that, you know, also we think it's important for the consumer and the people who will use the short-term rental, but also the workers. And I think here I want to make a point that we've also seen that a lot of this sometimes STR, there are forms of work that are developed that we think are not in the real economy, and we think it's also important that it is addressed and looked at, and these are real jobs, and it's important that it's recognized. And again, there was also this main ask for OTREC that the rules apply to all STR hosts, so professional and peers, which we think is important to avoid any legal loophole or gray zone. So look, if we compare to what has been put on the table by the Commission, I think we can be, and we are really pleased. Of course, we need to look at the detail, we need to analyze it with the members. I also want to say we want to work with constructively and engage with the member of the European Parliament, the member states, other stakeholders, but overall, I think it's a very welcome proposal. I think OTREC has been long advocating for this regulation. So happy to take any questions and really looking forward to debating and again having a very good regulation swiftly adopted by everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last but not least, Mr. Eduardo Miranda, who represents European Holiday Home Association, will conclude this second block or this second session. Please.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the Czech presidents of the Council and the Commission for the organization of this panel, and also for the effort of putting this short-term rental initiative. Say hello to all participants, my colleagues in the table, in the panel. And basically, this discussion is about fair regulation. And I have to start with a statement. I am the last one speaking before lunch. You were the last one before coffee break, yes. And I am the difference between lunch and hunger. So this is unproportional rule. This is not discriminatory rule. So if you talk about fair regulation, I think we should start from the principle. Well, anyway, just breaking the ice and going to the main topics. We are the voice of European Holiday Home Association, call it short-term rental, vacation rental, holiday home. We called it in Portugal, that's my original country, we call it local lodging. It's an interesting name. Also in other countries they call self-catering. And basically we are the voice of all this new accommodation, some old and other new accommodation industry that is rising. We represent owners, managers of short-term rental. We represent also some platforms. We represent also some suppliers, this new startup ecosystem that is being creating around short-term rental. And before I address the regulation and the practical aspects of the regulation, I think it's just important to make a brief pause and talk a little bit about why are we regulating? Because usually when we talk about regulation, and we have this experience, I'm also president of the Portuguese Association, and we've been dealing a lot with this kind of regulation negotiations. We always are bringing the negative aspects. And sometimes we forget why we want to regulate, why we want to try to find a balanced solution. And basically, it's not the 25%. This is a symptom. The 25% that means that short-term rental is becoming an important and very important part of tourism solution is basically diversity. I would say the word that describes better is diversity. Why is short-term rental needed? Why is the role of short-term rental? Bringing diversity to tourism. And what kind of diversity? Well, all kinds of the diversity. Diversity of offer, because tourism is changing quite a lot. We have more people, but much more than more people, we have people traveling more, meaning I travel with my family, I travel with my friends, my colleagues, my sport companions, and every time I travel I need a different solution, eventually a different accommodation. And that is the need we are supplying. But also, as this need starts to supply, we get a diverse offer, but also a diverse ecosystem. I just brought one slide, and it's very important to understand what this ecosystem means. Because if you don't know the ecosystem, you don't know the impact that you're creating. Maybe the impact that you're creating with a new measure in an existing ecosystem, maybe the impact that you're creating in an ecosystem that's not even ready yet. So I was just show a work, ongoing work that we've been doing to show what this ecosystem can become if this diversity is brought. When we usually talk about short-term rental, we think of urban areas. Just to inform you, most of short-term rental in most of the countries are outside urban areas, and that's for coastal or countryside. We usually forget them at all. But also, as we allow to grow, even with rules, even taking care of the housing situation that is obviously an important topic. What happens is that we start having this ecosystem, different kind of players. First, the operators. It's not only the small person that does it in your own home. It's a second home. The second home, for example, changed a lot the scenery. In the first case scenario, we are talking about homeowners that do just 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, 30 days, whatever. And so you have a very small ecosystem. They don't need many platforms, they don't need many suppliers. But when we start increasing, this becomes a very complex ecosystem that is essential for SME. And many measures are not putting in cause only the owners. They are putting in cause the whole ecosystem, all the SMEs. For example, when you grow for other regions, you need other kind of platforms. Also, when you have property managers that are not owners, they are managers of properties for another owner that cannot be there, he's living outside, for example, they start needing some kind of technology. And so now we have a boom of technological companies, startups, that are mainly dedicated to short-term rental. Also, we have the traditional suppliers. When we do measures, sometimes we forget that there is a cleaning lady, a cleaning company, a laundry. Sometimes we're talking about thousands of people in the city depending on this kind of activity. And of course, the other part that is economically the more important one, as in any industry, tourism also, especially the hoteliers and the hotels and also the short-term rentals is similar. For every euro that is spent usually in accommodation, the double is spent in the community, commerce, restaurants. So this has to be taken in account, all of this. And sometimes taking some strategies in terms of policy can mean just allowing a small part of this ecosystem to grow, and then you don't see the benefits, and you're always dealing, and it gets more and more difficult also to comply, because you're taking most of the offer out of the market. Sometimes you're doing the right thing because you have to protect something, but in the wrong way. So this is the first part. It's important to show and to understand that short-term rental is not an owner that put an advertisement, basically, and he cleans or hires someone. This is getting much more complex and taking into consideration that. Well, we have been actively involved in the regulation nationally and in the European level, trying to create and help the authority to get a balanced regulation. Unfortunately, in several situations, our members, they complain that some of the regulations may be for lack of information, maybe because they didn't want to go deeper, are unclear, disproportional, and there are rules that not necessarily solve the issue they are trying to solve, and they create other problems. Worse, they're changing constantly. Sometimes every time there is an election locally, it changes completely. And this is a kind of unstable ambient that is impossible. In this sense, we welcome, the European Holidays Home Associations welcome this proposal for regulation. We think it's a step forward, and it's a very important step forward. We congratulate the work of the Commission. I took part in 2 or 3 workshops with the cities. I think you managed to go much deeper in the knowledge of this, of our system. Does it solve all our problems? Probably not. Probably was not meant to solve our problems. The problem what mainly we had was the fragmentation of rules and this unproportional rules in the cities. Oh, this doesn't address. So maybe there is a but for us, there is a but for the cities, there is a but for the hoteliers, and maybe, as there is a but all of us agree we move one step forward, maybe that is the compromise we get when we have different and polarized positions. But it touches 2 very important aspects that I think that is essential for fair regulation. And why they are key aspects? The foundation of a good regulation is first data, and you see registration. Why? I come from a country that established the registration system 7 years ago. We have a huge experience, maybe the pioneer, national, very close to what you're proposing. So I have this practical experience also. And I know how it changed completely the way the cities can control, the way the cities relate with us, the way we relate with the housing activists, for example. Because when you have data, it's much easier to be more rational and try to find a real solution. You have to understand first, I think is the first step, what I said is you have to understand the complexity of this ecosystem. Otherwise, any regulation you do, it's probably going to be more harm than solving the problem. I give an example of how data and registration can help in the daily practice. When we were discussing the regulation in Portugal, and that was the change of regulation, and the housing was behind it a lot, the national regulation, there were many ways. One of the ways, possible ways, that we would respect, although we think this limits a lot this ecosystem and avoids bringing the positive impact, was the night caps. And there was proposals, legal proposals to create and impose night caps. And in the end, as we had the data from the registration, as we have already the data from statistics, what happens is that talking with everyone, there was a consensus that the night caps for us, for the cities, and even for as a possible strategy, was not the best one. Why? Because the strategy of Portugal in terms of tourism is sustainability. And the #1 problem of sustainability is seasonal concentration of tourism. When you do night caps, you tend to concentrate tourism in the high peak months. And that's exactly what they didn't want. Also, if you create a night cap, you don't create margin, for example, for hiring people, for job stability. If all your ecosystem is based in 60 days, 90 days, how can you hire someone? So that was interesting because it was all a consensus that we should go another way. So, for example, they choose the metric zoning scheme that basically you look for metrics, indicators, real indicators to try to see what is a pressure zone, define the level of pressure zone, and then define the proportional regulation. The second and last one is the registration scheme. We've been doing that for 7 years. It was maybe the most successful scheme. We had the country and the coastal areas mainly in the gray area and a parallel market. Today we have, I would say, 98,000. Algarve was the coastal that we know. Everyone was in a gray area, rented in the parallel market. Now I would say it's marginal. In the cities and the urban areas, last time we did it last year, and we cross-check also with the cities, they had a 7 to 8% of illegal advertisements, and they are marginal. And why? This happens as long as you have fair and balanced regulation, as long as you don't make it so strict that you let everyone out, and if you do a registration system that is simple. If you start mixing registration system with restrictions and starting to make it complex, what you're going to do is you're going to avoid people to come to the system. And you have to make it simple for them to come to the system. After they come to the system, the game changes completely. After I have 80, 90% of the whole national market in the system, they have to comply all of the rules, and we have the rules. Basically, we have most of the rules that were mentioned here in a proportional way, of course, safety and everything. And then it changes the game. We are part of the game also. We are part of the tourist chain, and we want to help. We are the first one to help to comply with all these requirements. For example, in Lisbon, we are sitting down last week, we're sitting down tomorrow to see how we can help the city hall to make the final goal of zero illegal activity. And why? Because it's their interest, it's the housing interest, but most of all, it's my member interest. Because if everyone is paying tax, if everyone is following the rule, doing the safety instruction, all the bureaucratic burden, it's not fair, especially for us, that we have people that are outside the market. So when you create this collaborative ambient, I think it's the first and most important step. From our side, you can expect from the European Holiday Home Association, from my experience personally with Portugal, that we will be a positive force to help constructing this balance. We will work with the Commission, but not also. We put available also our information, our resource, our experience for the cities, for the member states that want to exchange ideas with no compromise to try to find out a balanced solution or a balanced way for this new activity that is surely going to be extremely important for tourism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Miranda. And now the time for your questions or your comments. We have some more minutes, so if there are some, I know it's very hard to ask something before lunch break. It's clear, but if there are any comments or notes, if there are not, I will tell you, okay, go to lunch, but I don't want to push you, of course. Well, nevertheless, okay, fine. Thank you very much. Thank you, and ladies and gentlemen, let's meet at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Yes, and my last note, please. All the speakers, please go to the lobby hall for family photo, which will be taken at 13. Let me ask the speakers for the third block, Marie-Hélène Pradin, Jan Doležal, Mercedes Muñoz Zamora, and Serafino Nardi. Please, could you join me or join this chairman's table? Please, would you mind to join us? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. This block is dedicated to the transition pathway for tourism and its implementation. Just have a seat. Tourism is the first industrial ecosystem for which a transition pathway has been created, and this block will be, I hope, the opportunity to feature speakers who will present their practical examples in view of this pathway implementations. So, first, representing DG GROW from European Commission is Ms. Marie-Hélène Pradin. The floor is yours, please. Do you want to stand or sit? Absolutely up to you.
Okay. I see some people coming back from lunch since. So. Okay, so I will start by thanking the presidency for allowing me to present you the latest state of play on the transition pathway for tourism. Thanks a lot. I think I can be quite short on the first slides because I hope a lot of you, most of you in the room know already about the transition pathway. So I think we should concentrate this panel to the co-implementation and to the examples of pledges that illustrate the co-implementation of the pathway. So just to remind you that everything started with the industrial strategy updated, adopted by the Commission in spring 2021, with the idea of launching these transition pathways for all ecosystems to see how we can progress after the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, to make the ecosystems stronger and to support them, help them to progress towards the twin transition. As it was, I think, already indicated this morning by the minister, the tourism ecosystem was identified as the first one to launch this transition pathway because of the most hit by the pandemic. So we were the first one to start, the first one to lead, the first one to experiment this process. Of course, it has to be mentioned as well that there are strong links between the transition pathway and other EU policies like the Green Deal, Fit for 55, the Circular Economy Action Plan, etc. And also links with other industrial ecosystems, agri-food, constructions, etc. You can see some examples on the screen. Also because, as you all know, this ecosystem is very diversified. It's composed of different subsectors. So it touches upon a lot of other policies and a lot of other ecosystems as well. So we had this inclusive approach to create this global picture concerning the pathway. Now, concerning the process, as it is mentioned in the slide, it is a long-term process, and it is an important point to mention. It is not an event, the co-creation of this transition pathway, and then the co-implementation. So you have a graph on the screen reminding about the process. On the left side, the co-creation part. In the middle, the policy report issued in February 2022. And then the co-implementation part. To make it short on the co-creation process, you maybe remember that we issued first a staff working document in June 2021, and we then had a lot of consultation with all our stakeholders, starting with a targeted online consultation until September, then a lot of workshops, meetings with member states being our main stakeholders, but as well the other institutions, the European Parliament, the Social Committee, the Committee of Regions, etc. And then a lot of also internal consultation due to the fact that, as I mentioned in the first slide, it is linked with a lot of other policies and sectors. And then, thanks to all this consultation, to all your inputs, we managed to have this policy report in February 2022. And we managed to start this co-implementation process. So it's a co-creation process with all stakeholders, as it is a co-implementation process, which means that we need the involvement, the input of all our stakeholders. So we started by opening a call for commitments in February 2021, as soon as the policy report was published. And then we collected all the pledges from the stakeholders, and we published already 2 sets of commitments. I will come back to this. We had in-between meetings to share best practices and to give information on how to elaborate these pledges with an event mid-September 2021. And then we should be able to evaluate the progress towards the transition pathway a year after, in spring 2023. And we plan for this. I'm happy to announce that we should have a European Tourism Day on the 5th of May 2023, where we present the first evaluation of the co-implementation of the transition pathway. You see as well in the middle that we plan to create an online platform and an expert group to help the stakeholders to follow up on the pledges, to monitor, to give some advice, to help them to elaborate their pledges. So I will maybe now come back a bit more into details in this co-implementation process. First of all, the content of the transition pathway. The co-creation process allowed us to identify 70 actions grouped under 27 key topics areas. You have them on the screen. I'm not going to read all of them. I think maybe you will recognize some of them that were discussed and announced already this morning. For example, the data space, we are working on it. For example, a lot of things on the skills as well. We are also working on it due to the situation of the sector concerning skills and workforce. Our commissioner mentioned it this morning. So around these 70 actions, we are collecting pledges. So what are the key elements of this co-implementation? Collecting pledges. I already said it a few times. But what does it mean? I mean, it means engagement from all institutions and services, and in particular the member states, due to their strong competencies regarding tourism. And it was already mentioned this morning by your minister, by our commissioner. I mean, we are very happy to have the EU agenda for tourism finalized at technical level, and that should be adopted in the Compet Council on the 1st of December. And I take this opportunity to thank very much the Czech presidency for this. In particular, maybe, I don't know if she is in the room, the chair of the Council Working Party, Eva, for this hard work and this very good cooperation with us, but as well with all delegations from the member states. So I think it's a very good result. and we see this agenda as the commitment from member states towards the pathway, commitments to support, to implement as well some actions. We are also, Commission, very much concerned about the agenda. There are some actions we have also to implement. You had this morning the presentation of the short-term rental. It's one of these actions, but there are others that are in process or will come very soon. You find again on this slide this announcement concerning the working groups that will be coordinated by DG GROW to follow the different domains of the pathway. So that's something we should launch very soon, probably with a call for interest for you to participate, and we will see how we can select the best ones, the most relevant ones to participate in this working group. And we have also, we are also in the process to launch this collaborative platform where all stakeholders will be able to plug in, to find some information, to exchange, to find information on the pages, on what all stakeholders are doing. The call is ongoing. It should be available, I look at my collaborator, end of 2023, I think. Of course, this goes with still a lot of communication, a lot of outreach, like an event for today is a good opportunity to reach all stakeholders and to advertise about the pathway and about the pledges and the actions to which all stakeholders are invited to commit. And then, as I said it, I mean, it's we will have this yearly assessment concerning the progress of the transition pathway. It will be via this expert group, but also member states will be involved via the Tourism Advisory Committee, and then we will report to the Parliament, to the Council Working Party. I mean, the idea is really to follow together the progress towards the transition pathway. And you see that we call this community Together for EU Tourism, T4T. Now, concerning the pledges and what it means, stakeholders are invited to identify the key areas, the key actions, then to share this implementation through concrete actions. We have an open online for all stakeholders. I mean, if you have some questions, if you wish to submit a pledge, I mean, feel free to call us to check if it is a relevant pledge, if it corresponds to an action of the transition pathway, if it should be maybe fine-tuned, etc. And we have a publication plan 2 or 3 times a year. As I said, we published already twice, one set of pledges before summer, and the second one very recently, end of October. And we have together now 260 pledges, which is not too bad, even very good, I would say, after less than 1 year after the publication of the policy report, coming from 142 organizations. So the idea is to commit to these pledges, to engage. It shows the commitments from all stakeholders to implement the actions we have together identified. We try to find synergies, to make links between pledges, between stakeholders, to identify the needs as well, for further support, for new actions areas, etc. And you have the link in the end. I guess the slides will be circulated, so you will be able to refer to this link as much as needed. I will follow my presentation with 3 graphs to show you where we are today with these pledges, based on the second set of publication of pledges we had at end of October. So you see here that most of the member states, almost all of them, have sent pledges. When I say member states, I mean it covers, of course, organizations, SMEs, associations, regions, etc., under the name of the member states. And we even have had some non-EU member states sending some pledges, non-EU member states, of course, operating in the EU for tourism. Then here you have the fields, the domains, to which is 140 organizations committed to. You see that SMEs and regional administration come first. And for this, I have to say that in the first set of pledges we published, we had a majority of regions, of public authorities. But in the second set of pledges, new pledges, and it's something positive to mention, so new pledges came mainly from SMEs, meaning that we start to go a bit more to the ground and to involve them. Okay, you see as well the NGO representing an important part of them, business association. I mean, I'm not going to mention all of them. You have them on the screen. Yeah, maybe something I didn't explain. You have a difference between a blue and green line. Yeah, the green line refers to the concrete pledges, concrete actions to which organizations and enterprises committed to. And the blue one refers to a more general commitment to implement the pathway. But of course, we take everything into account. And I mean, the situation is evolving, and we had, for example, some general commitments in the first set of pledges that were transformed in concrete pledges in the second set of pledges. So it's an evolving situation. Last graph I wanted to present concerning the 260 pledges published. You have then the number of topic areas. So the 260 pledges received cover 25 topic areas over 27. Yeah. You will see under in the scale below the graph that you have 28. But I have to say that, I mean, we also open the possibility for something that we call other topics, that could be, to which we collect pledges that are not fully corresponding to one of the action corresponding to the pathway. So, I mean, it's an open process, and any pledge is welcome and is taken into account. We have 2 pledges that were not filled yet. The first one is concerning the product environmental footprint, which is normal because, I mean, it's something that needs a coordinated action at EU level, and we are working on it. I hope that in one of the next meetings we will have, I will be able to present some progress, if not some result, concerning PEF. And the second one, which is very important as well, which was not for which we did not receive any pledge, is concerning the skills, and in particular the attractiveness and fairness of tourism job. And it's something very important, of course, due to the situation of the ecosystem today. It was mentioned this morning by your commissioner. We know that the ecosystem suffers from an important staff shortage. So I think this is why we didn't receive any pledge for this action. We are working on it as well, and I hope you are doing the same at your level, and that next time we will be able to present some pledge and some result for this action as well.
I beg your pardon, how long do you plan to
Okay, I have almost finished. I will not enter into the details of the other slides. I wanted to give you 2 examples of pledge. I know the other panelists will present some examples as well concerning their pledges, but I wanted to mention as well 2 types of pledges which will not be mentioned by the other panelists. The first one concerning a national pledge made by the Czech Republic for transport. I will not go into the detail of the slide, but I mean, I wanted to mention that also at national level, you can commit to a pledge. And the second one is the example of Ryanair, committed to increase the use of sustainable aviation fuel by 2030 in view to decarbonize industry up to 12.5%. And commitment as well to reduce CO2 emissions intensity by 10% to go back to the pre-pandemic level. Okay, and now last slides to conclude. Transition pathways and invitation to act. I think I was clear enough for not going into details of all the added value to commit to the co-implementation of the transition pathway, share information, launch discussion, get concretely engaged, etc. So it's a new call for you to act, to commit at our side. We are available to give any advice, any help you would need. I think this transition pathway gives us a good framework to act for the future. The Council conclusions to be adopted on the 1st of December will complete this invitation to act at Member States level. So happy to receive your pledges in the really near future to complement this co-implementation. Voilà. Thank you. You have on the last slide all the useful links you would need to know more, to go more into details into the transition pathway. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Pradin. And let me switch to Mr. Jan Dolezal from Smart Guide. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. We founded Smart Guide by a group of travelers some 5 years ago with a mission to turn tourists into explorers. And then when we saw in February the transition pathways, we said, wow, that really makes sense. So big kudos to your team. We said we want to be part of that. That seems to be the right strategy for tourism going forward. So I'm happy I can present to you what we are doing as an SME, how that fits in, and how we are using big data and digital guides to make tourism more sustainable and resilient. The good news is that tourism is back, as we mentioned here before. That also brings the negative effects of tourism. As Mark was saying about Amsterdam, tourists are again crowding the most popular spots. Venice even went as far after the pandemic as to introduce armed guards to control the tourists. Yet, just a few steps away from these busy places, there are very authentic, undiscovered hidden gems, like this gondola workshop in Venice, that the tourists would be interested to know. And I was always, when I traveled, I was wondering, why is it so? Why is this not happening? Many tourism boards know this, and they want to inspire travelers to visit also the less visited places. And in the past, they spent lots of public funding to develop their own applications. And most of them ended up as a complete disaster. It costs lots of money to develop an application by an outsourced agency, but the tourism boards usually underestimate the number of iterations it takes to build a great product and the maintenance over time. Then, I mean, you are travelers as well, right? So think for yourself. You have Booking.com, TripAdvisor, Google Maps, wherever you go. Do you want to install a different guide app for every place you visit? Probably not. And the same for the rest of the travelers. So we thought it made no sense for tourism boards to reinvent the wheel, building apps that nobody wants. So we built Smart Guide as a platform for digital travel guides, quite like YouTube is a platform for video. So we offer all the destination management technology and guiding technology ready-made so that you can use it at no time immediately. It really only takes a couple of hours to publish a new guide on the web-based content management system, kind of like uploading a video on YouTube. So all you need to do is you locate the places on the map, you type in the text, upload the photos. Then with one click, you will get a DeepL translation. With another click, you auto-generate a tour route. And actually, as you type the text, audio is being recorded by the best available text-to-speech, or you can upload your own audio files. Then with just a click of your mouse, you publish this guide in a professional app and without any IT development. So the Smart Guide apps guide tourists around hundreds of destinations, acting like a live guide, telling you where to go, and when you reach interesting places, it talks to you with audio, telling you stories from local guides, whether you are online or offline, indoor or outdoor. So you can go at your own pace whenever it suits you outside of the crowds. Now, destinations can also add just one line of code on their website, and that will build the same guide also on their website, which is fully synchronized with the application and fully up to date. Smart Guide is built on top of very modern, scalable, and secure cloud technology. And we take care of all the app maintenance and updates and even end-user support. So for the tourism boards, that basically means no headache, no operations at all. Now, to make it very practical, since you came to Czech, I want to ask you, what comes to your mind when you hear Pilsen? Beer, exactly. Yeah, that's what most people think, right? So this is the picture that probably you just had in your mind, right? Well, this is where in the city of Pilsen, the Pilsner brewery is located. And not surprisingly, this is where all the tourists go. So when we look, for example, from our analytics on the Spanish, yeah, all the Spanish visit the brewery, then few of them go into the city. I mean, to be fair with the Spanish, French do exactly the same. But now, please pay attention to the heat map and look what happened with the German tourists after the city introduced a full city guide in German. It's magic, right? All of a sudden, these tourists also go to the city. You know, they come for the beer, but then they discover that there is so much more to the destination. There are amazing cultural places, a zoo, there is so much to do with kids, there are important religious sites. And they spend more time, spend more money, and they disperse more across the destination. Another example, even closer to us now, we are all in Prague, and for a long time it has been the strategy of Prague to take tourists outside of the crowded city center and get them to the less visited neighborhoods. And Prague published many paper guidebooks for this, but not surprisingly, few travelers now are eager to walk around the city with a paper leaflet. So we worked with the Prague City Tourism to digitize 10 of these tours on Smart Guide, and then another about 10 authors joined to build the Guide of Prague, which now in English has more than 400 places. And again, we managed together to inspire tourists with interesting stories to visit the neighborhoods that they would normally not go to. So even you, after the conference, if you have some time and need to clear up your head before the dinner, you can actually take a guided tour right starting here in front of the conference center across Vyšehrad, which is the bottom graph, to contribute to this, so that don't spend your time only in the city center. We also work with 5 national tourism boards on the country level. So, for example, Switzerland Tourism last year published 24 city guides in 4 languages, and it only took 6 weeks. So they started before the summer. The guide was ready just in the summer. They said normally it would take a year. Now we continue working with a number of these cities to build on top of that, because we learn from, we see the analytics, we know exactly how users behave in the application, what they like, which content they find interesting, what they find boring. So for example, in Zurich, we found out that tourists don't really start exploring the city from the downtown, but from the train station. Kind of makes sense, you know, people travel a lot by train in Switzerland. So now there are tours that start right at the train station, because that's where you want to grab the attention of the tourist and then show them around and show them also some of the less visited places. I talked a lot about national tourism boards, big cities, but we actually work with a number of small towns and even villages and parks, because for them it's completely out of question to develop their own application. So they even benefit from being part on this platform and you know, inspiring travelers to visit them when they stay in one of the popular destinations. So when we saw the transition pathways, we were like, wow, that's exactly going in the direction where we would like tourism to take. So we joined with 5 pledges. And while I will probably not go through each single of them, the bottom line is that we offer our platform to anyone who wants to publish, who has a quality content, to use it and publish the guide even for free, and then we just charge for some additional advanced services. So I would like to invite all of you to join us in building the future of travel. We believe that the future of travel is in personalized, immersive experiences. And we are now building up expanding the technology to include a recommendation engine and augmented reality that will all be part and accessible for all the destinations that are already on the platform. So if you ever think of building an application, or you have destinations that you know, you talk to and they are trying to build their own guide apps, ask them, make them think twice whether they want to reinvent the wheel or join us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Delejal. And now, European Greenways Association and its representative, Mercedes Muñoz Zamora. Ms. Zamora, welcome in Prague.
Okay, thank you very much. Many thanks for the Czech presidency for the invitation, as well to the European Commission to give us the opportunity to share with you our pledge, our practical example of the application regarding the greenways. But what are greenways? Greenways are communication routes for non-motorized use, safe, accessible for all kinds of people, cycling, walking, and wheeling, user-friendly for all kinds of people. And the European Greenways Association is an international not-for-profit association that was created in Belgium in almost 25 years ago in Walloon region, with members from 15 countries and more than 50 members. And all of you are welcome to join the association. Secretariat and Executive Office are from 2009 in Madrid, and our members members are very diverse, so ministries, region, department, provinces, municipalities, consortium of linguists, ONGs, so all the stakeholders that can work together in the linguist ecosystem, because we have also private sector. And we had the opportunity to apply for the implementation of the transition pathway for tourism, and we want to share with you our best practices as a way to make visible the sustainability in linguistics, and also to push and to help to go further in sustainable tourism. We push the focus in sustainable mobility, in the active mobility for walking, for cycling, for wheeling, and the need of the safe and non-motorized infrastructure. And this is very important because this is the base of our action. How to foster green and digital transition, strengthening, reinforcing economic, social, and resilience. So we are contributing with 9 of the 27 topics in a comprehensive way for the linguist ecosystem. Most of them are, or basically are, regarding awareness raising and promotion, are based in best practices, in real best practices, and in the cooperation between equal members and stakeholders. So we have, our pledges are based in posts, in news, in brochures, in practical recommendation, in new online information we can share. We can make a cooperation with some of the speakers in the room, I think, in the table. And we promote universal accessibility, and we will do around 200 action, small action, but continued action between this year until 25. As I told you before, one of our topics is sustainable mobility. Sustainable mobility to push reviews and valorization, especially disused railway lines, as new ways for user, for infrastructure. This is an example in Valencia, a region, in Spain and in Aragon, but we also want to enlarge the extension of the green network, and this is a great example of sustainable mobility in Germany, in the Radebeer in Ruhr basin. It was a former industrial area, but now has become, thanks to this transformation, in a touristic area, connecting Greenwich Canal to Path with soft mobility, and also we want to push the connectivity with assets. For example, UNESCO site, and this is an example here in Sasaba. Maybe Czech can understand or not my pronunciation, Sasaba, that is connecting UNESCO site, the church of St. John of Nepomucene. But this is not within UNESCO connection, but within the connection with the railways. This is very important. This is an example in Walloon region. This is Liège, that is connecting, thanks to the former line 38, to the Aachen in Germany in a safe, non-motorized way for local people and for tourism. But again, connecting with railways, the work that is Rete Ferroviaria Italiana is doing, promoting not only the transformation of the disused railway into Greenwich, but also to attract people to travel by bike to the Greenwich, to the ciclovie for walking and for cycling. But also, it is very important not only the infrastructure, of course, SMEs are key in the ecosystem. And so we want to share with all the SMEs the experience of best practices. For example, in this case, in the Alto Minho, they are promoting the European Charter of Sustainable Tourism. They have 8 natural parks along the ecopistas or greenways, ecovías. So very good real experience that we want to share with other greenways along Europe. But we need to make better knowledge, and so how to improve the availability of information on tourism offer online. We will use the guide. So we will complete information in the coming times, the coming months and years. And we continue supporting the digitalization of tourism. As this morning, the Commissaire Breton speak about the importance of the quality data. This kind of eco-counters are quality data to measure the flows, to measure the user on the greenways. And this is very important to address the marketing and also the planning. And this is very important also, awareness raising, skills, how to convince people along the greenways about the importance of this asset they have. And we are also cooperating with our members in seminars. This one is in Latvia, in Keipene and Gilbene, how to push private sector to address better services and greener services around greenways, as well as accessible tourism services, how to promote the useful information we have already, but how to promote new tourism destination for all, and how to make in all greenways tourism services for visitor and for resident at the same time. This is in Ireland. This is the engagement of the community promoting activities for local and for visitor, an example in water for greenway. For all of this, we need money, and we want to make visibility for funding. We have great opportunities in interregional cooperation with a specific successful example, but also we have the next generation funds. We have in the Destination France, the resilience plan in France is also focused, one of the topics, in how to verdir, how to make greener the transport for tourism, but also in Spain, in the recuperation and recovery plan, specifically greenways. So we have example for this, and we want to make clear that these greenways are an European initiative. We have not only railways, but canal to pass, but so far we have around 20% of the former disused railways converted into greenways. So we have a lot of kilometers to convert, we have a lot of realization, and we would like to keep in mind this key input for the European Tourism Agenda 2030. We want that the definition of the European Parliament for the sustainable tourism, the suggestion to encourage the conversion of the abandoned railway lines into greenways. It is not written greenways, but we say greenways because cycle routes for walking and wheeling, and also the support for Eurovelo and for intermodality. This is what I wanted to share with you. Many thanks for your attention. These are the pictures from the former European Greenways Award that was in Valencia last year. The next one will be in Rome, in Italy, in next year, 23. And in cooperation with Rete Ferroviaria Italiana. So your candidacies will be very welcome, and you will be very welcome to the European Greenways Association. So discover greenways and enjoy greenways. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We did enjoy your speech. Thank you very much. And last in this block is Mr. Serafino Nardi, European Committee of the Regions. The floor is yours. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I see we are a bit behind schedule. I will be brief. I don't have slides. But I have to start by thanking the Czech presidency for the organization of this event, and in general for the very constructive cooperation we are having with them. It's the most interactive and open presidency we had in the last times. My name is Serafino Nardi. I am from the European Committee of the Regions in Brussels. Actually, I stepped in at the very last moment to replace the president of the NAT Commission of the Committee of the Regions, because she had a last-minute health issue. so she couldn't join us today, but I want to share with you her greetings. Her name is Isilda Gomes. She's the mayor of Portimao in Portugal. And since June this year, she's leading the NAT Commission of the European Committee of the Regions. Let me spend a few words on the European Committee of the Regions, because it's the smallest, the youngest, and probably not the best known institution of the European Union. It's an advisory body, which means that we give opinions to the legislative proposals coming from the European Commission, and we advise the Council and the Parliament before they adopt the legislation. The Committee of the Regions is composed of elected representatives from regions and cities from all over Europe, which means mayors, presidents of regions, councillors sit at the European Committee of the Regions for a 5-year mandate. The Commission I am leading at administrative level is the so-called Commission for Natural Resources. It's one of the 6 thematic commissions of the European Committee of the Regions. And we deal with lots of policies, from agriculture to rural development, forestry, oceans, civil protection, health policies, and also tourism policies. So it's a plethora of policies, but there is one fil rouge, one common objective that we see sharing all these policies. It's the objective resilience. This will be the focus of the NAT Commission for the current mandate under the leadership of Isilda Gomes, where we'll try to put together all these policies to reach this objective resilience of regions and cities. And I'm very glad to say that we are cooperating with some services of other institutions, notably with the JRC, the Joint Research Center of the European Commission in Ispra, notably to develop a mapping of regions and their resilience in different sectors. Why am I saying that as an introduction to my speech? It's precisely because I see some interesting potential when we talk about tourism and resilience. My colleague Marie-Hélène has already explained the pathways to you. I will strive to give some concrete examples. What do they mean and how the public authorities, regions and cities across the Union use this instrument to modernize their tourism policy. It's not a secret, we mentioned it this morning, that cities and regions all over Europe have experienced a massive shock, going from being overburdened to empty, but really empty. Each of us may remind the dramatic images of squares in the middle of historical cities completely empty during the pandemic. And all that in a matter of few weeks in the spring 2020. That summer and the few following seasons were really difficult for many destinations. Thankfully, the domestic and intra-EU tourism recovered quicker than expected and helped to stay afloat. This morning we saw some data, notably at world level, as presented by the UN, the WTO. We try at the Committee of the Regions to look at this data at micro level, at regional level. This year, the numbers of visitors have been approaching pre-pandemic levels. Unfortunately, we know the war in Ukraine has affected these positive trends. Some overseas travelers preferred to steer clear of Europe. Some tourists were not able to afford a proper break due to skyrocketing energy prices and galloping inflation, as we see during these days. Yet, despite these unfavorable circumstances, European destinations, cities and regions like yours have used the time to rethink their tourism strategy and make changes. So let me give you some concrete examples of this change. It does not mean at all to be an exhaustive list, of course. But just to mention a few of them, the regions of Galicia and Grand Est have committed to a more sustainable and digital development of their rural areas. This is key, really, as these areas provide food and water. They provide key raw materials. They create new opportunities for employment and have the greatest potential for clean energy. Rural tourism is one of the key topics we worked last year. That's why we were in Santiago de Compostela in Galicia a few weeks ago. Another example, the region of Liberec decided to give more visibility to its cultural heritage and promote and valorize their century-old crystal-making traditions. The city of Zagreb opted to revise its mobility strategy, prioritizing walking and cycling to support its climate neutrality. And we just listened to some nice examples from my previous speaker. In the similar vein, the French Pays de la Loire committed to become the top French destination for cycle tourism by 2025. 5 years later, in 2030, 100% of their destination should be accessible by green means of transport and none exclusively accessible by individual car. Several regions, such as Catalonia, Maramurex, or Navarra, decided to develop platforms and implement observatories to collect and provide access to tourism indicators. Inspired by the upcoming European Year of Skills, the region of Extremadura, to remain in Spain, made a pledge to improve the skills of people actively seeking employment in the tourism and hospitality sector. Various vocations schools in the region will offer courses on tourism digitalization, management, and sustainability. It was mentioned this morning, just a few days ago, last week, we awarded the European Capital of Tourism for next year. Sevilla and Paphos in Cyprus will probably lead examples in this sense. These concrete examples of local and regional projects are also supported at national level. I wanted to mention a project which is still a project from my country, in Italy, where there is in the pipeline the development of a strategic plan for tourism 2023-27. But this morning I met colleagues from the Ministry of Tourism in Italy. I don't dare to go in more details about that. These examples are just the top of an iceberg. Many destinations, like the Azores, for instance, in Portugal, have embarked on their journey to tourism sustainability years ago. Many test new approaches and ideas to break old patterns, like Venice, for instance, which intended to trial limiting access as of 2023 to preserve the real character of the city and keep it livable. Let me open a short parenthesis on this because I mentioned Venice. It has been mentioned many times today, Venice and the region of Veneto. Also linked to the debate of the previous roundtable on short-term rentals. It's a key topic also for the European Committee of the Regions. And we just appointed a rapporteur for this new legislative proposal coming from the European Commission. And it's notably the president of the Regional Assembly of Veneto, Roberto Ciambetti. We will start working with him. Also on a referral which has been asked by the Czech presidency. It's a key topic, of course. I was listening this morning to the case of Amsterdam. It's probably ça va sans dire. It's useless to mention that Veneto and Venice are quite important destinations of tourism. Only the region of Veneto accounts for some 70 millions of nights per year, pre-pandemic data. Almost half of them are in Venice. More than 30 million nights in Venice. So it would be particularly interesting to see how the debate around short-term rentals will be developed by the rapporteur in the Committee of the Regions. So next debate will be end of January in our premises in Brussels. Whatever the transformation, the cities and regions need funds to make them happen. I listened carefully to the intervention of the member of the European Parliament this morning, asking for a proper budget line in the EU budgets to finance tourism. And I'm sure we'll come back on that in our activities as well. I'm very happy that the Committee of the Regions, together with the European Commission, held a joint seminar this summer where all major funding programs were presented alongside concrete ideas on how to use them to finance tourism transition. The seminar that Marie-Hélène already mentioned. I'm equally pleased that the European Committee of the Regions has recently signed an action plan with the United Nations World Tourism Organization. And Director Alessandra Priante was there this morning, so I'm glad that we'll focus this cooperation on sustainability, digitalization, and new ways of traveling together with the UN organization. Because to succeed in making tourism sustainable and resilient, we need all hands on deck from local to global level. I promised I will be brief. I conclude here. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Nardi. Thanks. That's the end of the third block. Are there any questions, notes, or comments, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends? I can't see any. Okay, we are on time, so if there are no any, okay, fine, thank you very much. And I will kindly ask you to be back at 15:30 for the fourth block, Trends in Tourism. Thank you very much. Thanks. Tak jo, začneme. Ano, výborně. To je stará pravda. Jak se nezačne, Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the fourth block, Trends in Tourism. This block is dedicated to current trends in tourism, not only in marketing. Speakers will focus on practical examples of how to develop tourism in a sustainable and resilient way, especially by taking advantage of the benefits of digitalization or greening of tourism services. Thank you for joining this last block, and let me give the floor to Jennifer Edu, who represents European Travel Commission. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's the last session, not the least important, so I hope everyone had enough tea, coffee, beer, wine, so you can still listen to the rest of presentations. Also, thank you to the organizers for having me today. In the next 8 minutes, I will take you through all the activities carried out by the European Travel Commission in the field of data in tourism. But just very quickly about the European Travel Commission, we are a non-profit organization responsible for the promotion of Europe. Our mission is to strengthen the region's development as a sustainable destination and to increase its competitiveness. And we do this through 3 main pillars: advocacy, marketing, and research. Our members are 35 NTOs across Europe, and we work with both private and international organizations as partners. So, as I mentioned, one of the pillars of the organization is research. This is why I am here. And within ETC, we work like a sort of powerhouse or a hub where we collect a vast amount of data and indicators relating to tourism, economic indicators, from this even to data on consumer behavior or travel sentiment or a destination's e-reputation. But collecting data alone is not enough. This is why we work with several think tanks or groups of experts where we discuss research-related or tourism-related matters, challenges, how to navigate the challenges together, and we also discuss opportunities and potential solutions. Once we have all the insights and knowledge that we need, we convert this, we process the business information, and we produce actionable insights in a timely manner. And we produce this with reports, studies, interactive content, or even data on our tourism dashboard. It's very important to have all the vast information in tourism in one single entry point. This entry point is our tourism dashboard, where you can find information by source market, by destination, insights in terms of travel sentiment, and many other indicators, which are also available on our corporate website. And this is actually not enough. We also have a vast research portfolio. Only in 2022, at ETC, we produced a minimum of 25 studies and reports, 11 webinars, 5 think tank meetings, and 1 major tourism event. And as I mentioned earlier, we believe in the power of knowledge sharing as a pivotal resource to foster innovation and exchange knowledge within the tourism industry, navigate the challenges together, and transform the sector positively. This is why we launched together with one of our long-standing partners, UNWTO, the Data Lab Network, which started as an initiative with representatives from very few member NTOs. Shortly after, we launched a survey questionnaire where we were trying to understand the landscape. So what are the challenges destinations are facing in the field of data? What are the needs that they have? And what they see, how they see the future progressing. The network is formed by 31 European NTOs, and it was officially launched in May this year as a community for knowledge sharing to enhance market intelligence. And this has been done under 3 main principles. So knowledge sharing, capacity building, and working with data partners. And over the course of the year, we also had different practical sessions focused on tourism dashboards, tourism expenditure data, mobile positioning data, and we will be soon having other working sessions on destination e-reputation and new technologies and tools to be used in 2023. Besides this, the European Travel Commission is also involved in the drafting of a code of conduct for data sharing in tourism. We are doing this in cooperation with representatives from ECTA, Eurocities, EU Travel Tech, and the European Commission, which acts as an observer and which has contributed significantly with the regulatory framework. But what are the objectives of this code of conduct? Well, mainly we want to build trust between relevant tourism stakeholders. We want to provide strategic support, foster data sharing in tourism, and ensure that there is in place a leveled playing field. In this code of conduct, this is a quite comprehensive document. You will find many different points in it. And good thing is that it's in line with the transition pathway. And we had several rounds of consultations with experts from both private and international organizations and the different services of the European Commission. What the outcome is in the end is a document that is as neutral and as objective as possible, and hopefully you can already have access to it in January next year. The European Travel Commission is also involved in a consortium together with the academia, so Modul University and other private companies, Forward Keys and City Destination Alliance, to work on the preparatory actions for the creation of a tourism data space. While I have included here the objectives of the data spaces for tourism, what the organizations or the consortia would be doing is to put together and set some guidelines and a blueprint to create a sustainable data spaces for tourism that also capitalizes on national initiatives and that eventually will be able to be interconnected with other data spaces. And this brings me to the end of my presentation, which I would like to end with a phrase, do something great, with the vast amount of data that is available out there. And by do something great, I mean to build collective knowledge, to foster innovation and development in tourism with only one purpose, which is to mitigate the negative impact the sector has on the environmental and social aspects. The idea is to transform the sector into one that is more resilient, more inclusive, and more sustainable. And only like this, I believe, we will be able to foster economic and social progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for keeping the time. Thank you very much. Thanks. And now, Mr. Petr Vitek from Czech Technical University in Prague will come. Just raise the microphone a little bit, please. That's it. Thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My presentation will be about aviation transport. I will speak about air tourism from aviation point of view. And as I have academic background, I will try to be really practical. I was trying to explain my presentation to my grandma, and she got it, so I hope it will be clear for wider consortium. We are currently dealing with two important challenges: how to ensure sustainability of air tourism and how to improve passengers' experience at overcrowded airports. Today I will present two ideas how to improve perception of tourists in environmental and digital queuing challenges. I will start with sustainable aviation connections. tourists now can find figures of CO2 production during the journey. They can go to the flightsgoogle.com and they can find how many kilograms of CO2 they will produce on their journey. Before long, they will have to implement CO2 in their budgets. This is the case. Luckily, we already have many promising technologies which will help us to reduce footprint of aviation in the future. I will present you the hamburger model because we are counting economy in hamburgers many times, and also aircraft car model. The second challenge is how we can improve passenger experience of tourists at airports. From last summer, we were the witness of overcrowded airports. We are implementing new technologies of handling, but also trying to find new business models, as airports need to be closer to the customers. Now, you know, we have B2B because airports and airline companies are together, and customers are or tourists are customers of airline companies, not of airports. So this is why, because we are trying to find new business models for airports to be closer to the customers. So I prepared that. Hamburger model for you. One hamburger equals to 4 kilograms of CO2 equivalent. This equivalent, as you know, means there are many more chemicals included there. I choose the route from Paris to Prague, and there is 101 kilograms of CO2. It's quite the same as 25 hamburgers. In 2050, we hope, maybe even more soon, we hope there will be only 15 to 13 kilograms per passenger, and there are only 3.25 for one passenger. Imagine the difference, and imagine that now if you want to do this route, you have to avoid this 25 hamburgers consumption. Maybe you will be able to order the consumption of some people who are growing their own vegetables, and they will eat that vegetables instead of your hamburgers consumption. How we can do that? We have really good development of aerodynamics. We are trying to find how flight operations can reduce the CO2. We are improving engines. We are improving load factors extremely in low-cost carriers, because there is a lot of people on the board. As was mentioned before, sustainable aviation fuel, which will reduce CO2 by 80%, but nobody knows when, because Ryanair told it will be 12.5% in 2035, something like that. And here you can see the table. Here you can see the table of destinations from Prague to Vienna, Frankfurt, Warsaw, Vienna, Venezia, Milan, Brussels, Amsterdam. How much CO2 equivalent is now, from 61 to 81, and what we are waiting for in the future. And I have there a lot of scenarios of reducing this CO2 production. So from aviation point of view, I hope we are ready to reduce CO2, but we will never meet the trains in that CO2 production. If we are talking about aircraft car model, now in 2025, if we travel from Paris to Prague by plane, there is 100 kilograms. If we are driving car, is 174 kilograms. It means that if we want to have the same carbon footprint as in aircraft, then there should be 1.7 people in a car. And in the future, according to Euro 6, there should be 13.4 passengers in one car. So I guess that car will not, it will not work with so many people on the board of the car. So this is the story about footprint. And we will go to the second story about smart airports. Imagine you are in a city. In city you have a lot of sensors, a lot of cameras. The same you have on airport or in the air. Eurocontrol, European Agency for Air Traffic Management, they developed absolutely accurate system where you can find aircraft in a certain point, in a certain time, but we are missing that colorful part of picture which is in the middle. People are producing a lot of mess and a lot of crowds in airport environment. So from our point of view, we should create a system which will allow virtual queuing for airports. How will it work? Imagine that in the last evening before you leave your holiday destination, you will open the tourist application, you will enter the flight number, and you will get several options. You can see on a picture of option 1, option 2, option 3. The first one is big collector, very close to the airport, where you can spend 2 hours in very good manners. The second option is direct transfer to the airport, and the third option is that you will use more collectors. Collector 1 could be the park, collector 2 could be some museum, collector 3 could be restaurant. In a restaurant you will get the message or alert from your mobile app, you should move to the airport, and airport will ensure that you will be there on time before the arrival. We created a proposal which is called Charles IVQ. That VQ is virtual queuing part. What it will bring to us, we will be efficient on the ground. Airports are thinking about managing cost of capacity, developing incremental revenue. We are thinking about improving passenger experience, and all because of the virtual queuing. This was my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Vitek. And next to speak is CEO of Orea Hotels and Resorts, Mr. Gorjan Lazarov. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where is your robot? Do you have him?
Just a video. So, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be able to share some thoughts, some ideas in terms of what we think the future will look like. Orea is the largest Czech hotel brand. We have 20 hotels in the most beautiful locations in the Czech Republic. in the spa business and in the resort segment. We have been involved into transformation of the company because most of our buildings are from the 80s. But we think that you don't need to feel in the 80s in a hotel and that people make a difference. So within the past years, we have been transforming the customer experience, and we are creating a Czech hotel brand that is differentiating on customer experience and innovation. And what I would like to talk to you about is basically some thoughts in terms of how the future may look like, and what we are currently as hoteliers, what are the challenges that we are dealing with. And usually, as they say, in order to be able to define the future, it's good to have a look in the past. And it was not so long ago when basically travel was done, or bookings were done by a land phone. Travel involved a lot of uncertainty. Staying in a hotel meant, okay, I have a booking somewhere in a destination and I don't know basically what to expect. And this is the time before the internet. So basically, if we say from the 90s or 95 till 2020, the internet defined the big change in our industry. By increasing transparency from a customer point of view, meaning that, okay, I can make a more informed decision in terms of pricing and in terms of value that I'm expecting to get from a hotel. But as well from a hotel point of view, because basically whatever happens in a hotel does not stay in a hotel as it used to be. Whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but it means that whatever happens in a hotel ends up on the internet, which more or less is influencing how hotels are dealing with customers, and is increasing the pressure on customer service. Obviously, the internet brought increased demand because it reduced the intermediaries, and what happened in 2015-16 with the appearance of Airbnb. Technology basically allowed everyone to become a hotelier and created as well the shared economy. And taking everything, basically the internet increased the quality of the interaction between the provider and the customer. Then 2020, COVID happened. So the industry was in a knockdown. I think hospitality was one of the most impacted industries with COVID. And what I think, when I look back, it opened our eyes in terms of how unprepared as an industry we were for the online world. Because the world suddenly shifted to online, all commerce. Everyone stayed home, ordered their supplies online, interacted via Zoom and Teams. And hospitality, in hospitality, basically, we realized that we're not as ready as we could be for the new world. Then, obviously, COVID brought us the issue of the fight for talent, because it becomes increasingly difficult to attract talent, especially when an industry is so much crisis impacted. And then, obviously, the last part is, once we thought that COVID is over and that brighter or better weather is ahead of us, the invasion in Ukraine happened, and obviously that brought increased pressure in terms of inflation, in terms of energy prices that we're still dealing with, and are bringing great headache for the industry. However, if we look at it, it's not that bad, because at the end of the day, there are positive news in terms of the fact that after COVID, we see that people want mobility, we see that people want flexibility, and we see that people want choice. People want to explore destinations, people want to, or are flexible today to work from anywhere. So basically, if in the past weekends were Friday and Saturday for hotels, and that was leisure, and the other days were business, now this is extending because people are taking work on their trips, and this obviously is increasing demand. And what we see even now, though the recession news are impacting or are more often appearing into the media, we luckily so far don't see a decrease in demand. And I think that that is a difference comparing to other crises where travel was the first thing that people cut. I think that after COVID, the perception of travel has been changing, and that it is not only a spare time activity, but people far more perceive it as a necessity. So what is the future, basically? The future is bright if we look at the long-term impact and the fact that the demand will continue to increase. Obviously, we will have turbulences on the road that we'll need to somehow deal with. One thing I think is happening next year in terms of economic crisis and probably a bit of slowdown in demand. But long term, the future is bright. So how we need to change as an industry in order to be even more successful and in order to be more attractive for our customers. I think that these trends here are the trends that would mark the next 10 to 20 years and are beginning now. And this is automatization and digitalization. Personalization, robotization, and data management and artificial intelligence. Again, I am not saying that the personal experience, or I think that hotels will remain and be still about people and about providing service. I think that what we have a huge opportunity as an industry is to change the focus and to automate as many transactional encounters on the customer journey and to focus on providing personalized service. What I mean with that is basically that as customers, we don't have a customer need to visit a reception desk and to show our ID card when we begin our stay at a hotel. But if we measure the time of the receptionist today, checking the ID, typing or retyping the ID from one system to another, and preparing a registration card, printing it out, and handing it to the guest, that is something that does not add any customer value whatsoever, but is being done. Tomorrow, these things will be automated, and basically people will be able to focus far more on providing personalized service to the guests arriving. For this, we need to use data far better than we are using today, and to use as well the tools of artificial intelligence and machine learning in order to basically tailor-made the experience, the hotel experience in the future. As I said, In Orea, we want to innovate, we want to be, and I think we are probably in Europe one of the first hotel chains that are introducing robots. We have introduced in 2017 a concierge robot, which you can find in our hotel Pyramida in Prague. We are experimenting and piloting in few hotels delivery service robots, and in our hotel Pyramida we have as well a robot that is vacuuming all the public spaces in the hotel and is able to go through the floors. But instead of me talking about it, just recently there was a TV feature on this, so I will just play it for you, hopefully.
Začínají už i soukromé podniky, například hotely.
Hello, it's my pleasure to serve you.
Roboti vás obslouží i zde v Orea hotelu Pyramida na pražském Břevnově. Najdete tu celkem 2 roboty, jeden vysává a druhý dělá pokojový servis.
Na začátku bylo to, že robot to nám ušetří náklady, jo, budete potřebovat o polovinu zaměstnanců a tak dále, ale určitě záhy jsme pochopili, že tímhletím jako směrem to nepůjde. V tuhletu chvíli je to o tom, že zaměstnancům to pomáhá, aby se o to víc mohli jako starat o naše hosty. V tu chvíli, kdy vlastně mám plný lobbybar, barman je hodně vytížený, nemůže úplně přijít každému stolu, takže v tu chvíli barman si obejde, udělá objednávky naskládá robota, který mu je rozveze, a v tu chvíli se zase dál může věnovat hostům.
Pivo, šampaňské, večeři nebo třeba jen oříšky vám robot přiveze až na pokoj. Stačí jen zavolat na recepci.
Objednávku dáme do robota, na roboty namačkáme číslo pokoje, kam má odjet, robot přijde k výtahu, zavolá si sám výtah, výtahem odjede do patra, kam má jet, přijde před pokoj a před pokojem zavolá na hotelový telefon, hosta upozorní, že stojí před dveřmi a host si to vyzvedne přímo z něj.
Hotelová síť Orea je v tomto ohledu jakýmsi průkopníkem v oblasti robotické obsluhy hostů. Do budoucna plánuje také donášku teplých jídel na pokoj rovnou z kuchyně. Mimochodem, robotický personál, můžeme-li to tak říct, se neosvědčil pouze v Praze. Svůj díl práce odvedl také na dalších místech.
Hosti jsou z toho jako nadšení a na horizontu se nám stává to, že tam jezdí hosti jenom kvůli tomu, aby vlastně se nechali obsloužit robotem, a ještě musím říct jednu věc, milují ho děti.
Roboti v hotelích společnosti Orea potěší také všechny, kteří milují kontrast moderny s historií. Zatímco uvnitř jsou hosté obklopeni výdobytky, které ještě nedávno většina lidí považovala za sci-fi, zvenčí hotely zachovávají původní styl architektonických postů. Příkladem je třeba Kongres Hotel Brno.
Reprezentuje brutalismus, co se týče architektonického stylu. Tady v Brně a potažmo i v celé České republice. Takže tím, že byl postaven v roce 1979, tak vlastně od vzniku té stavby nebo dokončení stavby toho obalu toho hotelu, tak tam nedošlo k žádné výrazné obměně, což si myslím, že je docela unikátní.
Uvnitř ale hotel prošel zásadní rekonstrukcí. Nabízí moderní pokoje, kongresové sály nebo bar s restaurací. To vše dává tušit, že i sem by třeba co nevidět mohli dorazit drojdi dost možná předznamenávající poselství z románu Karla Čapka. Tak doufejme, že snad i se stejně šťastným koncem.
Thank you very much. Basically, if I summarize it, I think that we will be witnessing far more of this, and we will be witnessing far more of improved mobile experience within hotels. And hopefully, in the next 5-10 years, we would be able to far more personalize the service for the guests, and then I think that this would create value as the internet has created in the past 20-30 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I must, Mr. Lazarov, I must fully agree, my son loves the robot in Horizon in Šumava. He loves it, absolutely. The next speaker is Jan Kubinec from Czech Event Association. Jan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you to the host and the organizers for inviting me here. And being next to the last, I also admire your patience and your attention, so thank you very much for that. My story will be, or my presentation will be more of personal, but as it looks like there are more people like me across Europe. So I would like to tell you a story about the industry that exists as part of your lives and is not recognized at the moment. And we will talk about it in a bit. Now, to start with is, and just to understand my audience here, I would like to ask you, who of you have been a part of or attendee to any kind of event in the last 6 months? Please put your hand up. Okay, so many of you. And who of you was involved in organizing one, either as a host or as someone else? Okay, so we have half of the audience, we have novice and who doesn't understand the insides of the business, and half of them is those visitors that understand the business. So just to quickly go through it. And I'll start with the picture here, which is a picture of the President's Summit about a month ago. 44 presidents and their delegations and all that Secret Service following them, and press and others following them. They all stayed in Prague, and they are tourists, right? If they stayed overnight. It's a business travel, but that's tourism. And for you in tourism, it's a question whether you want such events to host or not, because it's definitely a burden for the city, for the state, for all the organizers. It costs money. So, but it brings a lot, and I will not go into details because we don't have time for that. So for those who don't know what events might be, you know conferences, you know exhibitions, you know galas, you know balls, product launches, press conferences, culture events, festivals or single events. It's sport events that either visited by public or just viewed by public. It's large, and it might be small or private. Now, there are only few purposes that we do events for, and that's the main one is to entertain. There's to inform, educate, or to sell. It doesn't have to be a product. It might be an idea, but it's still selling. I would put religious events in that category as well, though we might have that debate. The best events are those that sell, educate, and entertain at the same time, and we have plenty of those. We create emotions, and we move people into actions. Again, it's the best if we have all that together. Now, coming back to that, the President's Summit would not happen. Well, it was hosted on the Prague Castle, beautiful venue here, and of course, Prague Castle does not have the infrastructure to host that summit. It's got the place, but it doesn't have the translation booth. It does not have the displays. It doesn't have the connectivity for such an audience to host such an event. So that is something that is done, and you can see it also here in this room. That is what is done by an industry that is event industry. Now, we've been an independent SMEs or professionals by the COVID time, and we did not ask for any governmental support. We would be living on our own, having our own forums, having our own books, education, whatever, exhibitions, community meetings, and we would be taxpayers quite a lot, I must say, in my company. Now, the game changer was the COVID, when we could not operate. And this is not specific to Czech Republic, this is specific to all world. And we understood that this is an issue. We understood it has to be managed. And but we had also people on the payrolls. We were responsible for our companies, and we had to act. And we were asking for help, and we went to different ministries, and we went to different resorts, and everyone was sending us to somewhere else because we don't belong to anywhere, and I will speak about it in a while. Now, as a creative industry, we've been able to develop the new formats, but as we are speaking at the tourism forum, we had another issue. We had empty hotels. We started to look for our identity with new formats, and how do we tackle that problem or issue? Basically, when we looked at the definition of what we do, the best definition provided to us was by WHO, which defines event as a mass gathering, or the vice versa, and it connects. It doesn't matter to virus whether it's sport, religious, or cultural event. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter same as it doesn't matter to a multi-arena, so venue for multi-purpose use, or it doesn't matter to me as an AV technician, or it doesn't matter to hostess. They can service all that type of events. We've collected some data, and we were surprised how big we are and how many of different professions there are. We looked at our international counterparts, and we saw we are not alone in that. We even have the industry data, and we understand that the event industry is 6th the biggest in the German economy. We can prove that, and also there are global data that we might see, but those are only a sector data. So we define ourselves, we stay on 2 legs. One is creative and one is tourism. Let's quickly look into that. There's been some projects in 2012 on how do we define culture. Events, you won't find events in there. You will find a lot of what we do, but you won't find events in there. But we won't disagree that events will bring and attract people to new regions, yes? So it is a tool, and you work with it as a tool to bring people into different cities, into regions. We also looked at the attitudes of Europeans, and we can see that events are one of the most important reasons why we travel to the destination. If we have global events, sports events are perfect examples where you make people travel. You would not get into region of Brno, you would not get 250,000 Spanish or Italians unless you run a MotoGP in there. So it's a great opportunity and a strategic opportunity for you to have event in your destination planning, in your destination strategies. We also have MICE business, and I already put that question ahead. So if we look at the event in industry in tourism, and we start with TSA, we would find that there's been a section in TSA that says meetings industry is not covered in that. And there was so-called Global Meetings Initiative Volume 1, and it's one of 3 volumes that were to be finalized, so we would get a meeting industry, business meetings into the TSA. And as far as I could find, and the last week was an ICA Congress in Krakow, in Poland, and we couldn't find anyone who would know, who would understand that these volume 2 and 3 would happen. So this is Prague playoffs. Next week or this week it will start. Lots of sheikhs coming to Prague. We had Rammstein concert tour, and they were rehearsing their tour here in Prague. 14 days in Prague with lots of Prague full of black T-shirts, lots of tourists. It's an export industry for you, if you understand, because international people with foreign exchange come to your city, so it's an opportunity. There's not a good outlook because of war, because of venues, energy crisis, because of other stuff, but the event's purpose is still here. So same as Gorian said here, we see a long-term bright future, but short-term we have still pandemics. Asia is not it. Now I have only a minute left, so we work with sustainability, we follow the sustainable goals, we have all the standards available even for events itself. What we're missing is more of the cooperation, and these are UN WTO goals, guidelines and indicators. And it says in the point 4, it's participation of all relevant stakeholders, strong political leadership. And this is what we don't have at the moment. And I think when I'm hearing my foreign colleagues that we struggle to get it all across. Now, Czech Event Association that I also represent committed, there was a general commitments to 9 of the topics of the transition pathway for tourism, and it was one of these 2 committing from the Czech Republic, because we see the opportunity for collaboration. We offer that collaboration. We see that even industry shall be on the map of either culture or tourism. We don't see ourselves in the strategic materials, which we would love to, if we are invited to your meetings and to your collaboration platforms. So there are a few next steps that have to happen. I don't have much time to read it through, but I still believe that, and I will conclude, that the world of events is complex, it's multidisciplinary, it's sustainable, it can be sustainable, it's precise targeting for the destinations, it can help you in your strategies, but as we say in business, the execution follows the strategy. We are supported, or the governments or regions support individual events. We see that support, and thank you for that. But it's not strategically rooted in most of the strategies for regions and for the cities itself. So that's what I ask you to include us into the discussion and our strategies. And that would be, from me, that would be all. Thank you very much, and have a good stay in Prague.
Thank you very much. And now, really last but not least, we are delighted to welcome you here to Prague, Ms. Mariana Oleksiv from State Agency for Tourism Development of Ukraine. Thank you for joining this event. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for inviting me here. And yes, we were talking today about trends, and I was thinking at the moment when I was listening to other speakers that actually we can even talk about trends in the country that is in war at some point. I mean, they're not trends, but before February 24th, life in Ukraine looks more or less like it looks here, yes. We were flying from one place to another, we were developing tourism. We actually went pretty good through the COVID restrictions and COVID pandemic times with growing our domestic tourism and bringing new markets like Saudi Arabia market and other Gulf countries that were traveling to Ukraine last year, and we were expecting a lot of them this year. But of course, with Russian aggression on February 24th, everything changed. And now Ukraine is fighting, and you see we are pretty successful on the battlefield, and Kherson was liberated recently, but Russia is fighting back, hitting civilian infrastructure, and today, like right now, there are massive rocket attacks on many Ukrainian cities, Kyiv in particular, 3 residential buildings destroyed, and we still keep living during all these horrible things that are happening in our country, and we still keep traveling, and domestic tourism is still on the place, because at some first, it's never expected for anyone, I guess, to have the war, and I know that many of you are also tired of war in Ukraine at some point, because the whole world is paying for it with the prices for the electricity, gas, for some restrictions you have, for some markets you lost. And I know there are some talks about also some negotiations and agreements, but we had agreements after Russia annexed Crimea in 2014, and we also thought that this front line was frozen and we agreed on something, but there are no possible agreements with Russia. And they got stronger and they started full-scale war. So at this moment we decided and we took this reality that we need to fight and till the end to win the war and to save not only Ukraine as a democratic country but the whole democratic world, because it's obvious that if Russia wins war in Ukraine, they would move forward, and the countries that are actually neighboring Ukraine, and they were this in the post-Soviet camp, let's call it this way, they would be the next targets, unfortunately. That's why I'm very grateful to all European countries and our neighboring countries, most of all Czech Republic, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and many, many others, for this very strong support. And I'm sure that those countries that are a little bit further and maybe don't understand so much what is Russia, still and will understand it more and more, and understand it with this aggression that this state should be isolated in all terms at the moment, and these sanctions matter so much. So as we chosen the way to actually fight, we also found the way how we can live and plan the future. And actually, in Ukraine, of course, now we save at some point environment because we travel only by trains, but it took me 24 hours to get here instead of 2 hours that would be normally flying by plane. So I think that it's hardly possible that people say no to aviation, because I can't wait till the moment when it's the planes will be flying again to Ukraine, normal planes, not the fire jet, not the fighting jets. And also events, we still have events, they take place, but now the trend is for the conference halls that are in basements. So they are at the same time like bomb shelters, and you don't need to stop conference when you have the air raid sirens to go to this shelter. And of course the bars, cafes, everything is working, and people keep living their lives and keep traveling. So I went to Odessa a couple of weeks ago because I wanted to spend some time at the seaside, and there were many people there from other areas like Mykolaiv, for example, that is in a bit worse situation than Odessa, so they go to Odessa. People from central Ukraine, they travel to Carpathian Mountains, and we need this kind of rehabilitation, some calm place where we'll not be thinking so much about war, but can think about some more pleasant things. And we started even a campaign called Get Inspired by Ukraine, for Ukrainians that they can still afford themselves to travel, to get some rest, and inspired by the beauty of our country. And also we work now with the possibility of some rehabilitation for those who suffered from the war in our sanatoriums and other resorts in Carpathians. So that's another program we are developing. And also we're looking forward to the future and planning how we will market Ukraine after the war and how we will rebuild the deoccupied territories. And one of the goals is to actually make Crimea again a tourism destination. As mentioned by our president, our goal is to bring back the territories and that were occupied by Russia and make Ukraine with the borders of 1991, and Crimea is final goal. And together with the representative of the president in Crimea, and Ministry of Infrastructure, we work on the plan of recovery of Crimea and recovery of infrastructure and making the peninsula a touristic site again. So many projects we are working on and thinking and looking into the future. That's something that help us to be positive and to be brave and to fight. And we're also looking forward to cooperation of all of you. We do cooperate with many countries, with the European Travel Commission. I'm very grateful to all of your support for all the sanctions against Russia that were provided by European countries. We are looking in these projects, we hope you will be our partners and we can rebuild Ukrainian hospitality industry, Ukrainian tourism after the war. And of course, I invite you all to Ukraine after it will be 100% safe again. And I'm sure we'll make a big forum, big event for tourism recovery of Ukraine and use the best strengths in the industry to show that, you know, the whole world is staying with Ukraine, with democratic world, and as you help us fighting now, you will help us to rebuild very, very soon. I hope so. Thank you so much.
I'm sure we definitely will. Thank you very much, and thank you for joining this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, the last chance to say anything you want, to ask anything you want, or to add something. I really don't want to push you. I appreciate that you are still here. And if there are no other comments or questions, let me thank to all the speakers, not only from this panel, but from all the whole day. And thank you very much that you are still here, and looking forward to see you at the gala evening. Thank you very much. Thank you. Goodbye. Enjoy your stay in Prague.